2025. The time is 2:10 p.m. and we are in the Building and Safety Boardroom at 201 North Figueroa Street, 9th floor, Los Angeles, California. I am President Thyris Mason and I will be chairing this meeting. The following commissioners are present: Commissioners Lim, Melendez, and Nash. Commissioner Farmby is en route. I'm going to go over some housekeeping items before we get started. This meeting is being recorded. Therefore, we ask that when addressing the commission, you please speak close to the microphone and only one
President
person at a
Mason.
time.
My apologies.
Sure.
We have to restart.
The live feed.
We may restart.
Welcome to the Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting. Today is Thursday, February 20th, 2025. The time is 2:11 p.m. and we are in the Building and Safety Boardroom at 201 North Figueroa Street, 9th floor, Los Angeles, California. I am President Thyris Mason and I'll be chairing this meeting. The following commissioners are present: Commissioners Lim, Melendez, and Nash, and Commissioner Farmby is en route. Are we working?
We are working.
Okay. I'm going to go over some housekeeping items before we get started. This meeting is being recorded. Therefore, we ask that when addressing the commission, you speak close to the microphone and only one person at a time. Please state your name each time you speak. Members of the public who wish to only listen to the commission meeting and not provide public comment may call council phone at 213-621-2489 or 818-904-9450. This meeting is also being live streamed. Individuals who wish to watch this meeting may do so by visiting cannabis.lacity.gov. We will be following the agenda order for the most part. Agendas are located on the table by the entrance door along with speaker cards. Individuals who are physically here and wish to address this commission must fill out a speaker's card and specify which item or items you are speaking on. This is the speaker card. Individuals can provide public comment or comments about a specific agenda item in person or virtually via the Zoom link provided on the agenda. If you are present at the meeting, please fill out a speaker card and turn it in to Irene or Josie. When I call your name, please come up to the podium and clearly state your name. If you are in the Zoom call, when the item you wish to speak on is called, please press *9 to get on the speaking queue. The commission executive assistant will call out each speaker by the last 4 digits of their phone number to identify the caller. The caller will be prompted to unmute themselves by dialing *6. We will consider general public comment and single or multiple agenda items together. Therefore, speakers will have 1 minute for general public comment and 1 minute per item, with a maximum of 2 minutes for multiple agenda items. In total, an individual shall be limited to 3 minutes of public comment per meeting. Representatives from neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution or a community impact statement with the city clerk, which relates to any agenda item, will be given time to speak during the item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the commission executive assistant. Any neighborhood council representative lost my place. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. We ask that speakers state whether they are providing general public comment and or which other item or items they are speaking on before they begin to comment, so that staff can appropriately time them. If the speaker does not specify which items they are speaking on, 1 minute will be provided. PowerPoint presentations presented to the commission today, whether it's by the department or applicants, will be posted online and made available to the public via DCR's website within 2 days. For those attending the in-person meeting, please be aware that after 6:00 p.m., if you leave the 9th floor and wish to return, you will need to check in with security on the 1st floor to re-enter and access the elevators to the 9th floor. Please turn off your cell phones or place them on vibrate so as not to disturb the proceedings. Please be respectful. Disruptions will not be tolerated. If you disrupt the proceedings, you will receive 2 warnings. If you continue the disruptive behavior, you will be asked to leave the meeting. We are on to item 1. We will now open general public comment and single or multiple agenda items. Speakers can address the commission on non-agenda related items that are within the jurisdiction of the commission or provide public comment for items in today's agenda. If you are listening on the live stream, and Commissioner Farby has joined the meeting. If you are listening on the live stream and have called to provide public comment via Zoom, please mute the live stream audio before you begin speaking to eliminate feedback. We will alternate between calling up individuals here at the meeting and those on the call. Please bear with us. We are starting with Johnny Rains. Yes, sir.
Please state your name and which.
It's
items you're
Johnny
speaking on.
Rains. I want to speak on item number 10 as well as general comment.
You have 2 minutes.
Okay. And it probably won't take that long. With regard to item number 10, I'm a stakeholder in that community and have been since the summer of 1956 and very familiar with the location where the dispensary wants to be. And I guess it's succinctly, I think all I should need to say is there are children that live upstairs from where this dispensary is going to be. There's apartments above this and children live there. And I don't think that should bear explaining. Would you want your children living upstairs from the dispensary? And I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Vizo, is there anyone in the queue?
There are no raised hands, but I will make an announcement. If anyone in the virtual meeting would like to provide public comment, please dial *9 to raise your hand. There are no raised hands.
Okay, thank you. Last name is Wright. First name starts with M.
Good afternoon. My name is Marcel Wright, and I am here on behalf of the Chesterfield Square Community Block Club.
Which item
And-
are you speaking on, ma'am?
I'm sorry,
Which items are you speaking on?
I'm sorry, item 10 and general.
You have 2 minutes.
The Chesterfield Square Community Block Club feels that this proposal raises significant concerns for our community. It should be noted that within a 2-mile radius of the proposed location, there are at least 12 retail cannabis dispensaries that are licensed and 16 other businesses that hold a temporary approval to sell medicinal or adult use cannabis. In stark contrast, we have 2 major grocery stores serving our residents. This disparity highlights a misalignment in resource allocation, favoring cannabis outlets over essential services like fresh food access. The proposed dispensary location within a residential apartment building raises further concerns. Current tenants are compelled to live above a cannabis dispensary, exposing them to potential crime, traffic, etc., without their consent. This situation is neither fair nor conducive to a harmonious living environment. Our neighborhood already faces considerable safety challenges. The 90062 zip code experiences a crime rate of 75 incidents per 1,000 residents annually, placing it in the 17th percentile for safety nationwide, meaning 83% of U.S. zip codes are safer than Chesterfield Square. We advocate for businesses that contribute positively to our community's well-being. Given the aforementioned challenges, it's crucial that new and established businesses provide tangible benefits to our residents. We question whether another dispensary would offer such advantages. While we welcome businesses to our neighborhood, they must align with our community needs and values. We urge this commission to consider these concerns and prioritize developments that would genuinely uplift the Chesterfield Square community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rizzo, is there anyone in the queue?
There are no raised hands, but I will make another announcement. If anyone in the virtual meeting would like to provide public comment, please dial *9 to raise your hand. There are no raised hands.
Okay, back to in-house, Sean Allen.
Good afternoon. Sean Allen, want to speak on item number 10
You have 1 minute.
and a public general comment.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Thank you so very much. My name is Sean Allen. I'm a resident about 2 or 3 miles away from the location. It's a 10-minute drive from my house. I am standing to speak about some concerns personally that I have with the proposed cannabis location. Probably a month or two ago, we had the opportunity to speak to some of the business owners, and it was very concerning about the security protocols that was mentioned. This location already, of course, is near Main Street, has traffic. It's really unrealistic to me to expect that a security guard can keep the employees inside safe, as well as direct traffic and quote unquote, keep those who are using the cannabis products in the parking lot, keeping them off the parking lot, doing all that with one person, with a security officer to maintain inside, doing ID checks, as well as outside traffic and keeping those who are smoking cannabis or using cannabis products in the parking lot. I was very concerned, and we voiced that concern to the business owners. To me personally, it felt like it was brushed off and some excuses were made, and it really didn't come off very professional. We walk these streets every day. As the gentleman mentioned, there's children that live upstairs. There's children that we walk these streets. We jog these streets, and I'm very concerned about the potential safety concerns that could happen in the parking lot with a shortened staff of security. So I am very concerned about this proposal, among the others, about maintaining the property, keeping it clean, keeping the debris off the streets or in the parking lot. But my main concern is security, and I urge the commission to really take a deeper look at some of the language and the content of the proposal to ensure that it's keeping our community safe and that the protocols are realistic and enforced, because it's going to be us that's going to deal with the unsafeness. It's going to be us that will deal with debris. It'll be us that can deal with the potential issues for those who are walking by, riding by, driving by in the parking lot, or those that go inside and may not have enough security coverage provided by the company. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rizzo, is there anyone in the queue?
There are no raised hands. I will make another announcement. If anyone in the virtual meeting would like to provide public comment, please dial *9 to raise your hand. There are no raised hands.
All righty, Javier Rivera.
Good afternoon. I'm here on behalf of the Gramercy Block Club. My name is Javier Rivera. I'm speaking on agenda item number 10 and in general.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Our block club represents a whole residential neighborhood surrounding this proposed dispensary, including, as you heard, people living inside and around the building, including children who live inside that building. Your commission has already heard from us and several of our vocal members, both at the December 5th hearing and through several complaints that have been filed through the DCR, as well as a letter that we sent and a supplement to that letter that we recently sent from our block club detailing several of the complaints. There are many of us here. The letter that we sent was signed by over 200 members of our block club in our community opposing this application. Not all 200 of us are here, obviously, but there are several of us who have taken time away from our jobs. We have children at school we need to pick up. We're making arrangements because we feel so strongly opposed to this application that we are here today because we want you to see and hear from us, because this is important to our community, that we keep our community safe. And even though only some of us are here, you know, we hope that you take the time to please listen to us, right? We have serious concerns, and we believe all of you have serious lives, and we want you to hear us and listen to us, because this is an important issue to our community. And this is something that we take very seriously. So please help us protect the quality of a life in our neighborhood, help us protect the safety of the children in our neighborhood, and help us continue to make our neighborhood a place where people want to be, people want to walk and run and be in the streets, so that my family and I, my children, we can feel safe riding our bikes to the corner store there to get a soda, to get some chips, to get some food, without having to feel like we have to go walk by or ride our bikes by crime, potential theft, and danger. Thank you so much for letting us make our case today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Vizo, anyone in the queue?
No, there are no raised hands.
Okay, Evelyn Roland. Forgive me if I mispronounce that.
I am speaking on agenda item number 10 and in general. We have major concerns with the location.
I'm sorry,
Oh.
what is, can you please state your name for the
Oh,
record?
yes, Evelyn Roland.
Okay, you have 2 minutes.
I am speaking on agenda item number 10 and in general. We have major concerns with the location of this proposed dispensary. The bottom floor of a small 2-story, mostly residential building. There's roughly 12 families that live in the second story, and many of them tell us that they do not want the dispensary below them. This is not a modern apartment building on a busy street. It's an all run-down building in a quiet residential neighborhood. The building itself is in bad shape. Security lights are always burned out. The windows are boarded up. Graffiti is constantly on the walls. Also, there are over a dozen schools, churches, daycares within a half a mile, some on the same street within blocks of this proposed dispensary. While not technically within 700 feet, many families take their children to and from these places every day, passing right by where the dispensary will be located, including myself. We do that every day. We feel a dispensary will be better suited in an area that has a business park, not on the edge of a quiet neighborhood. Simply put, this location is unacceptable. I want to add on a personal note also, I am a marijuana user for health reasons. I use it daily and I still oppose this dispensary.
Ms. Treviso, is there anyone in the queue?
No, there are no raised hands.
Okay, can I break with protocol and just go through in-house? And if someone does appear on the queue, they can raise their hand.
If anyone in the virtual meeting would like to provide public comment, please dial *9 to raise your hand.
Then I'm going to take the next 3 public comments inside and then we'll go back to the queue. Okay. Gabe Diaz.
Hello, my name is Gabriel Diaz. I'm speaking on agenda item number 10 and in general.
You have 2 minutes.
All right. So we also see massive red flags about the operators. They have been in control of 2 storefronts on the ground floor for the past 5 years. In 2022, neighbors started noticing lots of noisy cars, loud late night parties, and overwhelming smell of marijuana. Something was going on. At the last hearing, Commissioner Lamb praised our block club for speaking up, for using our voice, but he also warned us not to base our decision on fear, stating that to the best of his knowledge, the business, quote, wasn't open yet, end quote. Commissioner Farnby agreed, saying, quote, the place is not open, so we should assume there's no activity happening there unless maybe there is, end quote. But let's clear that up right now. Until quite recently, that place was open and there was plenty of activity. They were running a cannabis delivery service there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Claudia Guadron.
Hello, my name is Claudia Wedron, and I'm speaking for item number 10 and in general.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm also, okay. Neighbors started complaining to each other about the constant noise and smell from the downstairs, Some even called our senior officer, lead officer, Paul Evleth. But when these complaints were brought up at the last meeting, even the applicant's lawyer appeared confused. Quote, we're not operational. There's no cannabis. I don't know where the smell is coming from, he said. If there's even a smell, it's not us. This is not an operational business. Okay, members of this commission asked, how so if many complaints could be generated by a company that is not operational? Look, we can confirm that these applicants have been running a cannabis business for over 3 years, as proven by numerous complaints, witness testimony, and online listings and Yelp reviews from this cannabis delivery business that's still as active in 2025. And many of the positive comments and reviews online have been actually written by the applicant themselves. This directly contradicts what they're saying about a business not being operational. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janice, last name starts with a R.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Janice Ramkalawan, and I am going to be speaking on agenda item number 10 and in general.
You have 2 minutes.
All right, thank you. At the last hearing, the commission spent a lot of time trying to figure out what was behind all the complaints about the marijuana smell. We want to clear that up. The applicant's lawyer stated, quote, everything is prepackaged. Retailers have a minimal amount of smell. Even the slightest odor within the store never leaks out into the public or the surrounding area. Yet, multiple neighbors submitted complaints and sworn statements to CD8 and LAPD, indicating that this overwhelming smell of marijuana occurred only after the applicants moved in and began their operations. Multiple residents also reported seeing massive HVAC units being installed and then removed from the alley behind the store. So why would a non-operational cannabis business need massive industrial air conditioners? That is a question. To filter out the overwhelming smell that didn't exist from the prepackaged vacuum sealed products that weren't being sold or consumed? This is a more important issue than just the smell. We are far more concerned that the applicants are not being truthful and honest to this commission and to the neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, is there anyone present in the queue?
There are no raised hands, but I will make another announcement. If anyone in the virtual meeting would like to provide public comment, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Caller with phone number ending in 6986, please state your name and which items you wish to speak on.
Hi, my name is Tony Johansson. I am here to
One
talk
moment,
about item
sir.
number
We
10.
are unable to hear
Oh, sorry.
you. Okay, please state your name and which items you wish to speak on. Caller, please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
My name is Tony Johansson. I want to speak on item number 10 and in general.
You have 2 minutes.
I would have loved to have been there today, but our 2 kids that are in 4th and 1st grade are on break today. So unfortunately I can't make it. I just want to speak about the safety issue that I think this provides for our neighborhood. And we drive by or walk by this location every day to and from school. And with the recent crime rate in our neighborhood that is have happened on the street, I feel like this has, like Evelyn would said, could go somewhere else, maybe in a business park. That's it.
Thank you.
Larry Hughes.
Good afternoon. My name is Larry Hughes. I'm speaking on item number 10 and in general.
You have 2 minutes.
Criminal activity has been absolutely present at this location. Neighbors and witnesses told us that the employees, delivery drivers, and sometimes customers all use cannabis products, both inside and outside the storefronts, while loudly partying and frequently engaging with sex workers, one whom identified her to a witness as a prostitute. We provide documentation for these claims and statements from witnesses to CD8 and LAPD, and we cooperated with their investigation into the matter. We also found 2 separate robberies that occurred while the applicant was renting out the space. A break-in at the applicant's own storefront occurred in December of 2022, and another robbery late in 2024 at the corner market in the same building. LAPD was notified of the incidents as well. We later obtained text messages from one of the applicants admitting that a robbery occurred, which contradicts the picture the lawyer painted at the last hearing. I would say that you guys see the support that we have against this dispensary. I want you guys to really pay attention that this is our lives that your decision is going to affect, our kids' lives. I walk out my door and I can see this place. I can see the amount of traffic, the amount of cars that are parked there every day. There's no even a room for this business here. So your vote here on if this dispensary should be allowed here is crucial to us. Can I give you guys a demonstration? All those who were opposed to this meeting, who came to oppose this dispensary, please stand up. This is our neighborhood. We are speaking to you. We're asking you then and now, please do not allow this to happen.
You may be seated. Thank you. Lisa, no last name.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa, and I'm also speaking on agenda item 10 and in general.
You have 2 minutes.
At the last hearing, the applicant mentioned the building's upstairs tenants, including my mother, Maria, by her name, saying, quote, "I trust in the community. I am reliant on the upstairs neighbors, Maria. If something is wrong, they give me a call. I am here today to say that I live upstairs from the building of where this dispensary wants to be open. My family lives upstairs. I have a baby whose brain is in the process of developing. She lives upstairs. My neighbors and their kids live upstairs. And we want to say now, and I want to say it very clearly, that we do not want this business directly below us. We don't trust them. We already face a lot of health and safety issues in this apartment, and we can't afford to face even more risks. We have complained about the noises, the smoke, the parties, and the drug use that has been happening for years now. For the sake of my family, for my baby, for the families in our neighborhood, I beg you and I ask you to please not grant this license. Thank you."
Ms. Treviso, is there anyone in the queue?
No, but I will make another announcement. If anyone in the virtual meeting would like to provide public comment, please dial *9 to raise your hand. There are no raised hands.
Henry Garcia.
Hi, my name is Henry Garcia. I'm also speaking for the agenda item number 12 and in general. I'm sorry, item number 10.
You have,
Audience,
in
we would
general.
ask you to refrain. Thank you.
you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. You just heard from one of our neighbors who actually lives in the building. Unfortunately, many neighbors have chosen to come forward anonymously because they have concerns they will be retaliated against by the owners or applicants who have been aggressive, hostile, and use threatening language towards them. One resident who requested to remain anonymous submitted this statement to the DCR complaint portal. Quote, I live in the building that they are planning to open the dispensary in. I have witnessed them firsthand since they moved back in 2022. The operators have been aggressive and rude to tenants of the building, and they have been very shady in their business dealings. I have personally witnessed delivery trucks pulling up to the store with uncovered marijuana. They were storing it inside the building. I called the police and reported it, end of quote. It's sad and unfortunate that so many neighbors are afraid to speak out today because of the hostile behavior from owners and operators. I thank you so much for your time.
Max Fishberg.
Hello, my name is Max Frischberg. I'm speaking on agenda item number 10 and in general.
You have 2 minutes.
In the lead up to the first hearing last year, during over 3 hours of public comment, all of which were attended by our members, 38 neighbors spoke out against the dispensary. Not a single person from the community spoke up in support of it. In the many block club meetings and neighborhood council meetings between then and now, not a single member of the public raised their hand to show support of this dispensary. Since the last hearing, we understand the applicants have hired the services of a consultant. If there is a sudden outpouring of support today, we only ask this commission remember the facts I just told you and consider the source and the timing. And we ask where all these authentic supporters were during the months leading up to the previous hearings. To date, we have received over 250 signatures on a petition asking this commission to reject the license. We do not know the legal procedure, rules that would allow your commission to receive this document, but I wanted to take the opportunity to show you the names and verifiable addresses of more than 250 real people who are very opposed to this dispensary and have been from the beginning. Thank you.
Frank Buck.
Hello, my name is Frank Bach, speaking on agenda item 10 and for general comment.
You have 2 minutes.
Cool. At the last DCR hearing, you all granted us a continuance so that more information and facts could be gathered. We have done that. Commissioner Farmby stated that since he's been on this commission, he hasn't seen, quote, that many folks and had that many comments, all negative. Even the applicant's lawyer had to admit that too, that he has never seen so much community backlash. That's a direct quote. I don't think we need to tell you all how unprecedented this is. I think, the sheer amount of people and volume of commentary speaks volumes. And Commissioner Farmby said we should, quote, think of this industry as partners coming into the neighborhood to meet the folks who live here. And we couldn't agree more. Hearing from neighbors who live the closest to this would-be dispensary paints a pretty clear picture of a community who doesn't view these applicants as sincere, honest partners. And that's not to say we're opposed to any cannabis dispensary. We're strongly against this dispensary with these operators in this location. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, is there anyone in the queue?
There are no raised hands, but I will make another announcement. If anyone in the virtual meeting would like to provide public comment, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Caller with phone number ending in 1194, please state your name and which items you wish to speak on.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Johansson.
Which
I
items
would like
you
to
like?
speak on item number 10.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you. I'm a neighbor in the Gramercy Block Club, and I'm also a mother. And I want to speak on behalf of the other mothers in the neighborhood, which there are more and more of us. There are also a lot of mothers that take their children to the daycare located right on Van Ness, or the elementary school that's also located right on Van Ness. There's actually 2 elementary schools right next to this proposed dispensary. In light of many rising crime rates that have crime issues that have popped up into the neighborhood lately, I've been extremely concerned about the neighborhood. And this dispensary, as you heard, brings up a whole bunch of other issues that many of us concerned mothers would hope that you take into account when
Thank you. Your time
it
is
comes
up.
time to approve this.
Doris Davis.
Hello, my name is Doris Davis. I'm speaking on agenda item 10 and generally.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. At our initial meeting, the applicant dismissively told us, "This is not Beverly Hills." He said it a few times. It was not a casual remark. It was a negative judgment. It meant we have decided that you don't have enough money for us to care about you. You don't matter. Our neighborhood felt that. And as I'm certain members of this commission might as well. We are a community of librarians, lawyers, skilled tradesmen, retired teachers, real estate brokers, homemakers and families, restaurateurs, artists, and entrepreneurs. We know the value of our property. We also know our value as human beings. We are just as respectable and important as anyone else in the city, including those in Beverly Hills. Dress it up as blunt talk or not sugarcoating it all he likes, the applicant has made his position clear. And as someone who is proud to reside in South Los Angeles all my life and honored to call this my home, I can just say as bluntly, we don't want your business in our neighborhood. If they can get away with lying about when they were or were not operating their business, then how can we trust them? Thank you.
Zachary Hosberg.
Zachary Hofberg, speaking on agenda item number 10 and in general.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. In the past, and perhaps even later today, the applicants have tried to spin this entire case as a clash of personalities or misunderstanding between 2 parties. We are here today, backed by over 250 neighbors' signatures, dozens of photos, sworn statements, online reviews, screenshots from websites, letters of support from 2 block clubs, 2 churches, a neighborhood council, an LAPD officer, and Council District 8. All this to say, there is no misunderstanding. The problems run much deeper than a clash of personalities. This is a case of bad faith operators trying to muscle their way into our neighborhood. We believe they have been dishonest to the community and to this commission. They said there was no operational business. There was. They said there was no smell. There was. They said there was no crime. There was. The applicants have given us overwhelming reasons to vote against them, and not a single valid reason to vote for them. Thank you.
Harry Frischberg.
I'm Harry Frischberg. I'm speaking on agenda item number 10 and in general.
You have 2 minutes.
And I think everyone will be glad to know that, at least from our group, this is the final statement on this agenda item before we can move along. But I did want to mention, in my capacity as president of this block club, that following the end of our last hearing, the applicants had, as you heard, reached out to consultants to try to force a resolution to this problem. We have given them many, many hours of good faith effort, and we have tried. We've given it an honest effort to try. But at the end of a very exhausting and frankly, very contentious Zoom call, their lead consultant asked for and recorded. She told me the following: "This thing is done. They already have the license. We're just going through the motions at this point, but it's a done deal. No matter how much you show up, no matter how much you fight, at this point, you are just wasting everyone's time." I took this as an affront to the entire process, that the fix was in. We shouldn't bother trying to stop it. But we've refused to accept that. We've rallied even harder. And today we come before you believing in the integrity of this process. So we conclude with a plea from our families, our neighbors, and our constituents. Please do not allow these bad faith actors to take an even stronger hold on our community and continue to endanger the lives, the health, and the well-being. This is the wrong location. These are not sincere partners, and they are dishonest. It is for these reasons we implore you, please reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vizo. Are there any other commenters in the queue?
There are no raised hands, but I will make one more announcement. If anyone in the virtual meeting would like to provide public comment, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Caller with phone number ending in 2202, please state your name and which items you wish to speak on.
Hi, I am Vincent Zade, speaking on behalf of PNPLXPRES, Inc., agenda item number 18. I just wanted to clarify, I will be speaking on behalf of that applicant. Thank you.
Okay, so you're speaking, you're the rep?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, we will put you back in the queue until the item is called.
Thank you.
There are no other raised hands.
Okay, I have no other speaker cards, so at this time, general public comment and single and multiple agenda items is now closed. We will move on to item number 2, just an announcement to elected office and neighborhood council representatives that this is, if you have filed a resolution or a community impact statement with the city clerk which relates to any agenda item, you will be given time to speak during the item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the commission executive assistant. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. On to item 3, commission business. Commissioners, you should have an advanced calendar in front of you with our future meeting dates. Please take a look and advise if there are any planned absences from any of the commissioners. Hearing none, we will move on to the approval of minutes. We were sent the minutes of February 6, 2025 for review. Do I have a motion to approve?
Commissioner Farmbee, I make the motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmbee?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim?
Aye.
Vice President Nash?
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to commission announcements and updates. Commissioners, are there any announcements or updates? Hearing none, are there any requests for future agenda items? Hearing none, then we are moving on to item 4, report from the Assistant Executive Director. Is there a report?
Jason Glen, Assistant Executive Director. No, there's not a report today.
Okay, thank you. I am taking item 16 out of order. This is DCR Core Record Number 310850. The applicant is Duke Brothers LLC. The recommendation is to receive and file, and no action is necessary. The matter is therefore received and filed. I'm taking item 11 out of order at the department's request. That is DCR Core Record Number 310159. The applicant is Southern California Flower Company LLC. The department's recommendation is to continue the matter to the commission meeting of April 3rd, 2025. Are there any questions from the commissioners regarding this request?
Sorry, can you repeat this? Commissioner Farm, can you repeat the date, please?
April 3rd, 2025.
Thank you.
May I have a motion, please?
Commissioner Farm, I make the motion move, continue the meeting.
President Mason seconds. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Vice President Nash.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. I'm also taking item 17 out of order at the request of the department. This is DCR Core Record Number 310245. The applicant is Gold Star Industries LLC. The department's recommendation is to continue the matter to the meeting of April 3rd, 2025. Commissioners, are there any questions for the department regarding this recommendation? May I have a motion, please?
Commissioner Farm, make the motion.
This is President Mason. I second. Mr. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Vice President Nash.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. I am taking item 21 out of order at the request of the department. This is DCR Core Record Number 101810. The applicant is K.U.S.H, Kinder Understanding Sensitive Healing Collective Incorporated. The department's recommendation is to continue the matter to the meeting of April 3rd, 2025. Any questions for the department regarding this recommendation? May I have a motion, please?
I'll make the motion.
You are?
Commissioner Lim.
Thank you. This is President Mason. I second. Mr. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Vice President Nash.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are back to the regular agenda order. We are on item 5, DCR Core Record Number 110050. The applicant is Mainstay Goods Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 3401 South San Pedro Street.
Commissioner Mason, I would like to, this is City Attorney Allison Toll. I would like to note that Commissioner Lim is recusing himself on this item, and so we will pause until he has left the room to avoid any conflict. And Commissioner Lim has departed. Please continue.
Mr. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card or a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good afternoon. My name is Megan Bloman. I am a management analyst for DCR licensing. I will present item number 5 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 110050 is associated with Mainstay Goods, Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 3401 South San Pedro Street in the Southeast Los Angeles Community Plan Area within Council District 9. The business premises is located, my apologies. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of November 28th, 2023, under the new entity name of Mainstay Goods, Inc. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10-000-1127-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 28, 2025. This applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. This application was previously heard by the Commission on November 7th, 2024. The motion to approve or deny the application failed due to a split vote between the 4 commissioners in attendance, and the Commission subsequently voted to continue the hearing of this application to a date at which all commissioners would be in attendance to deliberate. On October 2nd, 2024, DCR did conduct a compliance inspection of the business premises, and a notice to correct was issued on November 26, 2024. As of today, all of the cited deficiencies have been corrected. However, 4 moderate and 2 major violation types were identified. A representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide more detail regarding the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of licensing's presentation. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on Thursday, September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. The oral comment provided by a representative of the business was positive. A representative stated that the business has worked hard to maintain a clean environment for the community. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the Commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the Commission adopt the recommendation included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing's presentation for this item. Compliance and Enforcement will now provide their review.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Senior Management Analyst Christina Campos with Compliance and Enforcement Division. For a brief summary for Mainstay Goods at 3401 South San Pedro Street. The compliance inspection was conducted on December 26th, and we did issue a notice to correct November 26th for the 11 deficiencies that were identified. All 11 deficiencies have been corrected, and they are actually all minor and moderate. There was a typo for deficiency number 10 and 11. So at this point, they have corrected all minor and moderate deficiencies and have passed compliance inspection.
Thank
Any
you. Commissioners,
questions?
any questions?
This is Commissioner Melendez. So you you had the inspection on the 26th of December. You issued your notice to correct on the 26th of November.
Yes, we did a compliance inspection, December 26th, and a notice to correct was issued on, that's the other way around. It was November 26th was the compliance. No, wait. We actually have October 2nd is the inspection. And a notice to correct was issued November 26th. The compliance date, which they had to have corrected all their deficiencies, is December 26th.
Thank you. This is Commissioner Farmby. I see the notations around them being in compliant. Were they in compliant by the date of the 26th of December?
No, they were not. All deficiencies were not corrected until February.
This year?
Yes. We did conduct a reason being, we had to do a second inspection because for one of their deficiencies, the employee that was there was unable to operate the surveillance system. So we had to do a re-inspection, which our analysts conducted a virtual inspection on January the 9th. So after that inspection, they corrected, everything was correct. So then they passed compliance inspection. But that was the reason for the delay.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioner? Okay, thank you. Then at this time, we'll hear from the applicant. Is there
They
someone in the
may
queue?
be on the virtual meeting. Caller with phone number ending in 4306, please state your name and whether you represent the applicant.
Hello, thank you so much. My name is Molly Pitluck. I'm licensing and compliance representative for Mainstay Goods.
Okay, you
located
have
at
10 minutes to
3401
address the commission.
Okay, sorry about that. Located at 3401 South San Pedro Street in Los Angeles. Mainstay has its state dispensary license and temporary approval from DCR. We've worked really hard to obtain our licenses and build the business and had no complaints or opposition at the community meeting. We have also been working hard on our certificate of occupancy. We have approved plans from DBS and we should be on final inspection soon. Previously, this hearing was continued to allow Mainstay and DCR time to issue and provide the additional corrections as it was not aware of from DCR compliance inspection, and we thank you for the extra time. We had a call initially and then a meeting with the DCR inspector and provided all the required corrections, including the limited access log label revision, financial records, signed employee training records, employee training revisions, adding the DCR core record number to the employee badge, replaying requested dates, times, and areas of surveillance, and confirming the metric transactions. After providing the above list of corrections on our meeting, it was on January 9th, we provided everything possible, and it was our understanding that we passed at that time. As you are aware, there was an issue with the emails on file with DCR compliance previously, which is why we did not have the correct manager on site to access the surveillance footage or the metric account. They rushed as fast as they could, but they didn't make it. At the second re-inspection with DCR compliance, we were advised that someone must be on site at all times with access to surveillance footage, and we made sure that that is the case now, along with our metrics compliance advisor.
Thank you.
Oh, excuse me. I'm so
Were you
sorry.
finished?
Excuse me. I think I was cutting out. No, I'm so sorry about that. I think I was cutting out. After providing, and we really appreciate Fred and the DCR compliance team for working with us on making all these corrections. Prior to the re-inspection, we had actually provided all of the written requirements in conjunction with what we had previously submitted prior to even receiving the notice to correct. And then most importantly here, Mainstay meets all the criteria for the issuance of its annual license. None of the general denial reasons apply to Mainstay. The licensed premises are the same as the diagram submitted to DCR. We've never denied the DCR access to the premises, had a license revoked or suspended, or failed an inspection. The staff report does reference a complaint in the portal that Mainstay was operating without the proper licenses, but it was fully licensed at that time for operations because it received approval, temporary approval on November 28th. While Mainstay was not aware of this complaint, we would have provided our licenses and information if requested directly from the concerned council district. There have been no other complaints against Mainstay, including at the community meeting. None of the business's premises fully complies with sections 105.01 and 105.02 of Los Angeles Municipal Code. We're located in the Southeast Los Angeles Community Plan area that has not reached undue concentration. The premises have not been the site of padlocking or illegal commercial cannabis activity, at least for the past 5 years, and none for what we know of. The owners of the business and of the property do not hold any office in any agency or state agency related to commercial cannabis, and no owner or primary personnel has a disqualifying conviction or a disqualifying civil judgment. Because of all of this, and because we have met past the compliance inspection, we please respectfully request approval of the annual license. Thank you. I think I was cutting out again, but thank you very much. And I'm
Thank
here
you.
to answer your questions.
Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Pitluck?
Commissioner Farley, how you doing, Ms. Pitluck? At the moment, from your understanding, you are in complete compliance with all of the pieces that was outlined through the compliance department for DCR?
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely. We were able to show them, when we had our reinspection, we were able to show them, we had all the necessary people there who ran the surveillance, our metric compliance. We were able to show them our metric was fully up to date and that our surveillance cameras were working and recall and replay anything that they asked, including all different areas of the premises.
Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, Ms. Pitluck, thank you so much for calling in. We're going to move on to deliberations.
Commissioner Farley, I recall this applicant. I remember when we were deliberating, there was quite a few. So quite a few issues that we recall us discussing, at least based on what I'm hearing from the compliance compartment, that all of those have been completed, even though they exceeded the timeline, but it shows that the work was done, and everything seems to be in order in terms of what's in front of us. It's a lot of work. I'll remove this case.
Thank you, Commissioner Farmby. Any other deliberation? Then do we have a motion?
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 5, DCR core record number 10050 for the business located at 3401 South Pedro Street. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated February 13, 2025.
I need you to restate that, the street.
The street. The business premises are 3401 South San Pedro Street.
Thank you. I only heard Pedro, that's why. Thank you. Is there a second?
Is Commissioner Farley a second? There was a paper street.
Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Okay, we'll hold for Mr. Commissioner Lim to rejoin the meeting. Okay.
Sorry.
He's. Commissioner Lim has rejoined the commission body, and we are moving on to item 6, DCR Core Record Number 100068. The applicant is the Relief Collective Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 5816 to 5818 West Pico Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card or a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
This is Management Analyst Megan Blum presenting item number 6 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 100068 is associated with the Relief Collective, Inc. This applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 5816 to 5818 West Pico Boulevard in the Wilshire Community Plan Area within Council District 10. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 19th, 2019. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10-0000336-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales, which is active through June 27th, 2025. This applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. On September 18th, 2024, DCR conducted a compliance inspection of the business premises, and a notice to correct was issued on November 12th, 2024, citing a total of 11 violations, 5 of which were classified as moderate violations and 2 of which were classified as major violations. On the originally scheduled hearing date of November 21st, 2024, the department recommended that the commission continue the hearing of this applicant to a later date to allow time for them to remedy the compliance infractions. As of today, all of the cited deficiencies have been corrected. A representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide more detail regarding the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of licensing's presentation. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on Thursday, September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive any oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project as categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing's presentation for this item, and compliance and enforcement will now provide their update.
Hello, Commissioners. Senior Management Analyst Christina Campos with Compliance and Enforcement Division. Providing a brief summary for the Relief Collective. As mentioned by licensing, we did conduct an inspection on September 18th and send out a notice to correct November 12th for the 11 deficiencies that were identified. Out of the 11 deficiencies, we identified 2 major violations, which included the code of conduct, with the patron code of conduct was not displayed, as well as the delivery vehicle was not equipped with a global positioning system. At this point, they have made all the necessary corrections, and they did email us initially with their corrections on December 12th. Their compliance date was December 12th. They submitted, an email December 10th. And the analyst did review, and at this point, they have passed compliance. The only step left for them is to send them an email, which we send after they pass compliance.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, hearing none, thank you. We are going to hear from the applicant at this time. Randy Rosado?
Honorable members of the committee.
I
thank
need you to state your name for
Oh,
the record, your
Randy
relationship.
Randy Cruzado. I'm the founder, owner, operator of the Relief Collective, Inc.
Thank you.
All right.
You'll have 10 minutes.
Honorable members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Randy Cruzado, and I am the founder and owner operator of the Relief Collective, Inc., established in 2007 in Mid-City, Los Angeles. Our mission at the time was simple: to provide safe and reliable access to medicinal cannabis. Now, as we offer cannabis at the recreational level, we continue the mission while prioritizing compliance with both local and state regulations, ensuring that we operate with integrity at all times. At the Relief Collective, we are more than just a dispensary. We focus on educating our customers about cannabis and CBD, creating a welcoming space for a diverse community from grandmothers to working professionals. We've become an integral part of our neighborhood, contributing to initiatives like Great Streets Program, which was headed by Eric Garcetti, and supporting local causes like Saturn Elementary School's fundraising efforts. Over the years, we've helped countless individuals manage their health and stress, building meaningful relationships with our customers. Our 4.9 star rating on Google and 4.5 star rating on Yelp reflects our commitment to exceptional service and integrity. Thank you again for your time and consideration. We are proud to continue serving our community.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Any questions for the applicant?
Now, this is Commissioner Melissa. What's the name on the building?
Then it's the grocery, the Relief Collective, Inc., DBA, the grocery.
Grocery. Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, hearing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are on to deliberations, if any. Okay, hearing none. Is there a motion?
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 6, DCR core record number 100068 for the business located at 5816-5818 West Pico Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated February 13, 2025.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby, President Mason,
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby.
Apologies for the disruption. This is City Attorney Allison Toll. Commissioner Farnby and I were just wanted to make sure that we clarified. There is a concern that the report states that there is only one major violation, but that the oral report listed 2 major violations. And so can CED just confirm the number of major violations? My apologies. There's a 2.
She said.
There are 2 major. So we are closing the vote. We're going to return to licensing for confirmation first. and
Yes,
then
licensing
to
stated there were
CED.
2 major violations.
Okay, thank you. And then from
Yes,
CED.
two major violations. It's deficiency number 3 and deficiency number 11.
And so what I'm hearing is there's something different in the written report?
Yeah, under, this is Commissioner Farby. Under number 3, regulation 5A2, the III is listed as a minor.
For the
That's
code of
what-
conduct?
Yes,
That's what it
correct.
says here.
The written report for the commission,
Oh.
not from your oral.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
So we need,
So the written report to the commission only reflects one major violation, and that's number 11. So we need to
This is
make-
Commissioner Lim. Number 11, I have moderate.
it says major.
Right.
Are you?
Confirmed. This is City Attorney Allison Toll. The only major violation that is listed is number 11.
Just
So if we could amend the motion to, just to clarify that it includes DCR's report as amended here, just to clarify.
I'll start over.
Thank you.
I'll
Appreciate
withdraw
it.
my earlier motion. DCR core record number, regarding item number 6, DCR core record number 1000068 for the business located at 5816-5818 West Pico Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as orally corrected at this hearing. And approve the recommendations stated in the staff report dated February 13, 2025.
This is Commissioner Melendez. I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Ash,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We're on to item number 7, DCR core record number 100044. The applicant is Platinum Club Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 18441 West Van Owen Street. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card or a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. Then at this time, we'll hear from staff.
This is Management Analyst Megan Blum presenting item number 7 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 100044 is associated with Platinum Club, Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 18441 West Van Owen Street in the Reseda West Van Nuys Community Plan Area within Council District 4. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 19, 2019. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10-0001141-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales, which is active through June 29th, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. On October 9th, 2024, DCR conducted a compliance inspection of the business premises and a notice to correct was issued on October 29th, 2024. No major violations were cited. A representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the current compliance status associated with this location at the end of licensing's presentation. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on Thursday, September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing's presentation for this item, and compliance and enforcement will now provide their review.
Hello, Commissioners. Senior Management Analyst Christina Campos with Compliance and Enforcement, providing a summary for 18441 West Van Owen Street, Platinum Club. Compliance inspection was conducted on October 9th, and a notice to correct was issued on October 29th. During the inspection, we identified 13 deficiencies, which have all been corrected. All deficiencies were minor and moderate. They do not have any majors. Currently, they've again corrected all their deficiencies and they have modification forms submitted for 2 of the items. Any questions?
One moment, please.
This is Vice President Nash. The report indicates that there's more than 2 outstanding. But you're saying that there are now only 2?
Yes, since then they have made corrections. Actually, they've been working with their analysts consistently. And a couple of the corrections were actually just fixed. I believe it was yesterday's date. I'll verify, but
And which are currently outstanding?
nothing is currently outstanding. They have done their part and made all the corrections. They've submitted mods for deficiency number 1 and number 6.
And it's just a matter of the department reviewing and signing off on
Right.
it too. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I had to get Miss Commissioner Farmbee together and Commissioner Melendez. Any other questions for compliance and enforcement? Okay, hearing none, thank you. At the, Mr. Treviso, is there someone in the queue for this applicant?
There is a raised hand. I will call on them. Caller with phone number ending in 6373. Please state your name and whether you represent the applicant. You'll have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Good afternoon. This is Narek Vardanian, and I'm the licensing and compliance consultant for Platinum Club, Inc. We appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today. Platinum Club has been a valued member of the Reseda West Van Nuys Community Plan area, and we maintain an open line of communication with the Reseda Neighborhood Council. We thank the DCR for their recommendation. As it was stated, we've been working diligently with them to correct all the violations. We're proud to say that I think that we've corrected pretty much everything, and we've submitted the modifications for some of the outstanding ones. And I'd like to make myself available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you for calling in. Commissioners, any questions? Okay, hearing none, we will close out the applicant's presentation and move on to the deliberations, if any. May I have a motion?
And this is Commissioner Lim, in regards to number 7, DCR core record number 1000044 for the business located at 18441 West Van Owen Street. I make a motion to adopt the staff report.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you, gentlemen. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmbee,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 8 is DCR core record number 320033. The applicant is Glen Retailer LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 1356 Glen Oaks Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card or a raised hand.
Okay, then thank you. At this time, we'll hear from staff.
Thank you. This is Megan Blum. I will present item number 8 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 320033 is associated with Glen Oaks Retailer LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 13567 Glen Oaks Boulevard in Sylmar, California, in the Sylmar Community Plan area within Council District 7. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 16th of 2024. Since that time, the applicant has completed all the requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LEMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10-0001361-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 28th of 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SEIAs, social equity individual applicants, must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include code mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at the time. On October 17th, 2024, DCR conducted a compliance inspection of the business premises and a notice to correct was issued on November 26, 2024, which included a total of 5 violations, all classified as minor violation types. To allow time for the applicant to comply with the pending NTC, the Commission voted to continue the hearing of this application on the originally scheduled date of December 5th, 2024 to today's date. All cited deficiencies have since been corrected by the applicant. Should the Commission want to ask further questions regarding the applicant's compliancy status, a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available. On or about October 17th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the Community Meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held 2 virtual community meetings, one on November 14th and one on November 18th of 2024. During the meetings, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. In general, the oral and written comments provided by the public were mixed. Comments in favor of the application mentioned good security measures. Comments in opposition stated that the business exposes high school students to marijuana, fumes, and dangerous traffic conditions. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the Commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the Commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the department?
Commissioner Farmy, can you confirm the location of the business and proximity to any schools nearby?
Give us just one moment, please.
Jason Qween, Assistant Executive Director. I can confirm that the business premises location complies with LAMC 105 and the distancing restrictions. The closest sensitive use or something that could possibly be a sensitive use is well over 1,000 feet away.
Thank you, Jason.
Any other questions for staff? Hearing none, we will hear from the applicant at this time. First name is Armand. I'm not going to try it.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Armand Shirdegan. I'm the CEO of Rebirth, part owner of the Glen retailer that operates under DBA Rebirth. We already been operational in this location approximately almost a year now. There was never any major incidents or even minor incidents. Neighborhood is pretty quiet, very well maintained. Storefront is it's a smaller storefront compared to our other locations. It's a one main operation. And usually we open at 10 a.m. and we close down at 8 p.m. It's in a shopping plaza that we have very nice neighbors and we help each other at the shopping plaza. We have a restaurant, Mexican restaurant next to us. I'm not aware of any, first time I heard about the students, but my knowledge, I don't see any students just going around our store. We do have a security, third-party security that maintains on all operational hours. That's about it.
Thank you for being here. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
This is Commissioner Melendez Armand. How many dispensaries do you have?
We currently operate 4 dispensaries and we have, under the rebut, we do have 4 dispensaries, but we helped approximately almost 40 plus social equity applicants to maintain licenses. Until this day, we're trying to help them to find investors and find locations and help them and guide them through the process. There is other investor groups that maintain some of those licenses that we help them through the process. We do have another dispensary that currently is not open, even though we already got all the licenses for it, even the annuals. Hoping to probably get operational. It's in San Pedro, maybe next few months.
Yeah, I was only asking this Commissioner Melendez once again, because I see one of the complaints was fumes and I've seen you here quite a few times and I know that you're a good operator. So I was wondering if you could address the complaint about fumes coming from your business.
Fumes?
That's what it says on the complaint.
I'm not clearly understanding what that means.
Well, you could smell the cannabis it should be completely sealed. I don't see you cited for it, so I'm sure that you would know, but I'm just asking you.
Yeah, I think that one complaint was about our micro business license in North Hollywood, if I'm not mistaken, right? Or it is particular for this license?
It's particular for this license. It said that there was fumes, high school kids could see, it might entice them. And there was also an issue with the parking. It was dangerous for traffic going by. That's what the complaint was.
I mean, the store is located in shopping plaza. So shopping plaza has a lot of parkings there. Regarding the fumes, I do not believe it's a correct assessment because all the cannabis we get, it's a prepackaged, products. I mean, even being in a store, you can smell cannabis. I don't know where that comment comes from, honestly.
I just wanted to inquire. Thank you.
Commissioner Farby. I had a question. You've been operational for a year. You talked about how you work together with the surrounding businesses. Can you talk a little bit about how you partner in the community with the businesses?
Yeah, we're trying to get a better understanding the needs of our neighbor businesses. Specifically, there is a smoke shop in the same shopping plaza. And before we were opened, the owner of the smoke shop were concerned that we might start selling some, papers and job rigs or any accessories that would harm their business. And we got a pretty good understanding that we will not carry those type of items in order not to have an impact on their business. So we kept our word. We strictly just selling just cannabis goods.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us.
We are on to deliberations, if any. We are on to the motion.
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to item number 8, DCR core record number 320033 for the business located at 13567 Glen Oaks Boulevard. I make a motion to adopt the staff report.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vizel. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farby,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item 9, DCR Core Record Number 310015. The applicant is Imperia Holdings LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 7677 West Sunset Boulevard. Mr. Rizzo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card or a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. Then at this time, we'll hear from the staff.
This is Management Analyst Megan Blum presenting item number 9 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 310015 is associated with Imperia Holdings LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 7677 West Sunset Boulevard in the Hollywood Community Plan area within Council District 13. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2023. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10-0001299-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales, which is active through May 18th of 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include code mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at the time. The commission voted to continue the hearing of this application on the originally scheduled date of December 5th, 2024, to allow time for the applicant to comply with pending violation and correction notices issued by the Compliance and Enforcement Division, as recommended by the department. A compliance inspection was recently conducted, and a representative from Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities at the end of licensing's presentation. On or about October 17th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held 2 virtual community meetings, one on November 14th and November 18th, 2024. During the meetings, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. 5 community residents and 3 business representatives spoke in favor of the business, citing it as well managed with great security services, friendly and knowledgeable staff that provide a welcoming atmosphere that is clean and pet friendly. One resident argued against the store, questioning if the business was operating prior to being licensed and is concerned the store may attract crime to the community. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing's presentation for this item. Compliance and Enforcement will now provide the review.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rocky Wiles, Division Chief for the Compliance and Enforcement Division for DCR. This location came to our attention back in November of 2023 due to a shooting that occurred during a special event. So it was one of the very first locations that the new division investigated. There were 2 notices of violation that we issued, and those 2 notices have been resolved via a settlement agreement that was executed in June of last year. I can go through the NOV violations and a timeline if you would like, but I want to give you the space to ask questions. I don't know if you want me to go into all the details since this has been resolved, but I can do that at your pleasure.
I'm sorry, is Commissioner Farmer, they're currently in compliance?
Currently, they are in compliance. Let me add that Part of the settlement also required that we conduct a compliance inspection, which we did in August of last year, and they did pass that compliance inspection. We didn't issue a notice to correct. So the compliance team did conduct a compliance inspection.
No issues?
No issues. As I said, it's been resolved. So, don't know if you want me to go through the whole timeline, but I'm here to answer all your questions.
This is Vice President. This is Vice President Nash. I'd like to have a little bit more detail about the violations.
Okay.
And the dates. And there were 3 complaints. Can you tell us what each of the complaints were?
From memory, I do remember looking at the complaints, and they were about the special events. Yes, they were about the parties that they were hosting on site. And because of the shooting, also that exacerbated the number of complaints that we received. The first notice of violation was issued in February of last year. And we cited them for hosting an unlicensed cannabis event. They did changes to their security cameras, the locations, without submitting a business premises diagram update to the department. So what we had and what was actually in the field was very different. We also cited them because they didn't report the shooting, which is also a requirement in our regulations. We knew about it, obviously, from the neighbors, and we did follow up with LAPD. As far as the shooting, it was 2 patrons. They didn't catch the shooter. It was in the parking lot. He was injured, but there was no further follow-up because they didn't catch the perpetrator. There was also video games on site. Their use of the DBA was not registered with our department, and they were not able to produce records on site when we requested them. The second NOV was issued on April 29th. And at that time, we cited them for another unlicensed cannabis event.
Excuse me, Rocky.
Yes.
This is Commissioner Mellis. Can you, April 29th of what year?
I'm sorry, of 2024. Thank you. We also cited them because their surveillance cameras were malfunctioning, and they did have another event where they had a DJ on site. Those were basically the violations that were on the notices that we issued to this applicant. It was difficult getting all the camera surveillance recordings. We made, I believe, 2 or 3 different requests to them. The first request was made in December 20th of 2023. We requested the surveillance recordings from November 11th and November 12th. On December 29th, the licensee notified us that they could not comply with the request because they didn't have the recordings for the past 90 days. So we never got the first request submitted or complied with. Then on January 19th of 2024, we requested video surveillance for a period from January 1st to the 18th of 2024. We were informed on January 25th that they had modified the camera placements. So that was another violation. And basically we couldn't match the, where the cameras were to the business premises diagram. My staff really had a hard time matching, the cameras. What they were giving us to was what was on the business premises diagram. So we did cite them for that. And let me look. Yeah. And then on January 12th, they actually held another special event. So while we were, back and forth trying to get video surveillance equipment, they did host another event. However, the NOVs were issued after all the special events were held. I know there was a question in our pre-meeting about that. So they were on notice that these things, we were asking for surveillance equipment. We had not cited them officially. We had not given them a notice of violation for those events. But we had requested surveillance equipment, surveillance recordings for specific dates that were obviously because of, special events. And just to wrap that up, in June is when we we executed the stipulated agreement, and it was a global settlement for both of the notices that we issued. And then in August, we conducted the inspection.
Vice President Nash. When you made the second request for the video, I understand that there was problem with the camera locations and it being inconsistent with the diagram, but did they give you all the video you requested?
Yes, we had, it's 32 camera locations. They did finally, I believe they did do that. We didn't, because we didn't cite them again for that. And we, I attended several meetings with their attorneys, and we finally came to an agreement, and they eventually did, yes.
This is Commissioner Melendez, Rocky. So the first time that they had an event, which was a shooting, was in November of 2023.
Yes.
And then they had another event, January 24th of 2024.
The second event was January 12th of 2024.
All right. And then you mentioned something about April 29th, 2024 as well.
On April is when we issued the second notice of violation, and we cited them for that second event.
And in between the first event and the second event, did somebody from your compliance division speak to them and tell them that they were in violation by having events?
No, we did not officially. The first notice was issued in February.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Farm. Thanks, Rocky. This is what I'm hearing is there were two events that took place.
That is correct, huh?
Okay.
November and January.
Right. And even though there was no communication immediately after, you did notify them of the violations of what that means in terms of the events, correct?
In February, we did.
In February.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And I mean, I'll save my questions for the operator, but I just wanted to make sure that I understood that. And at this point, just to confirm, they're in full compliance.
Yes.
This is Vice President Nash. How did the department find out about the second event? I know that there were complaints about the first event, which involved the shooting, but how did the department find out about the second event?
I don't want to misstate the facts, and I can confirm, but typically my investigators are looking through social media and things like that. But I can confirm that. I don't have that information with me right now. But that's typically what we do. Yeah.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Lim. Under the oral presentation, it was stated that this hearing was continued from December 5 of 2024 because of the compliance report, but the report states that as of August 12, 2024, they were in full compliance. So I don't recall why we continued this in December 5. It wasn't because of to follow up on the compliance report, because they were in compliance as of August 12, 2024.
Yes, Commissioner. I mean, I was prepared to testify on that day. The applicant's representative is here. I believe, and I'm not on that day, and my memory is not the greatest. But on that day, there were two or three items that I think we had to continue. And I believe that maybe the I don't know if this is that case, but maybe the owners were out of town.
I'll stop you
But-
because I don't want you to
yeah.
speculate.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
But
Okay,
yeah,
I'll wait, but I just want to clarify that the report, the oral report was given seemed inaccurate regarding a continuance.
This is Management Analyst Megan Blom. Licensing would like to clarify that.
1 minute, then I'll need to close
yes.
out compliance and reopen the department
You got it.
presentation. Go ahead. You may go ahead.
Licensing would like to clarify that licensing the department recommended the continuation due to the pending compliance issues. Oh, my apologies. I think Rocky Wilds may be correct that the department recommended the continuation due to availability of the applicant and just not being ready to recommend it for approval.
Thank you.
maybe we ought to let the applicant speak.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna close out the department's presentation at this time and call Mike Sagian to the podium.
See everybody, hello. Mike Sagian, licensing consultant for Imperia Holdings LLC, DCR number 310015. Should I start by clarifying or do you want to wait for
It's
that?
your 10 minutes.
All right, so I'm gonna do my piece. The owner was supposed to be here, but he just got admitted to the hospital. I showed Rocky all the pictures of that. And we also have our store manager on the line. Her phone number ends in 8238. I'll go first, then we'll pass it to Ally. This store is located at 7677 Sunset Boulevard on the north side of Sunset, east of Fairfax and west of La Brea. The business operates from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily. It has 20 parking spaces in its own parking lot, and there's always one security guard on site. They're current on all city and state taxes, as well as all DCR fees. They have secured a cannabis bank account, so there's never excess cash on site. And last but not least, they have an accurate certificate of occupancy with building and safety, and they also have their health emblem from the LA County Health Department. Although the requirement of obtaining an operating permit is still a few years away, we plan to be the first retailer to get that in the city. Not sure if anybody has that yet. I want to share some personal sentiments on this one. I've come before you guys on a lot of applications, and I don't pick favorites amongst my clients, but this one has done some really good work to get in compliance. They had a rough start. There was an unfortunate incident at their grand opening party. And after that, there was a second violation that was given once security cameras were requested. They saw a DJ, which is what led to the second violation. It was really a patient appreciation day with music playing. But we can see how that is a violation and it has been cured. I'll pass it to Ally now, and then I'll read the owner's section that was printed earlier.
Ally's in the queue, Chelsea.
Yes. Caller with phone number ending in 8238. Please state your name and whether you represent the applicant.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ally Flores, and I am the manager and neighborhood liaison of Imperia Holdings LLC. I appreciate the opportunity to present to this commission today for our annual license. We are proud to provide a space where every customer feels safe, valued, and empowered with the information they need to make responsible decisions. Beyond our storefront, we take pride in being active and engaged neighbors. Every day, we conduct trash pickups around the area to ensure that our surroundings remain clean and inviting. Our team places great importance on maintaining open lines of communication with our neighbors and local authorities. To prove our commitment, I've attended multiple neighborhood council meetings throughout the past year, even as recently as last night. And we have addressed concerns promptly and thoughtfully. For example, in response to a request from our neighborhood council, we took proactive steps to mitigate traffic concerns by requesting the city to install a permanent sign directing customers exiting our parking lot to turn left towards Sunset Boulevard, away from residential areas. While waiting for the city's response, we implemented interim measures, including a temporary sign and the presence of a security guard to ensure traffic flows in the desired direction. This is just one example of our dedication to being proactive in addressing community needs. We are also proactive in maintaining strict compliance with all of our DCR's rules and regulations. Although we didn't start off on the right foot, we quickly pivoted, studied the regulations, and became a model retailer, one that the DCR can use as an example of a success story. Our first annual compliance inspection, which took place this past August, resulted in no violations and no corrections were needed. I can personally say that the journey of running this store has been transformative. My team and I have overcome challenges, grown together, and we have committed ourselves to creating a safe, compliant, and community-oriented space. I am confident in our ability to maintain and exceed these standards, ensuring that our presence continues to be a positive force in the neighborhood. Thank you for your time and consideration. This concludes my portion, but I will stay on the line in case I need to address any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
Can I just also read?
Oh, I'm sorry, you're
Okay.
still, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you so much. So yeah, Alan has something written. I'll read it. Good afternoon, commissioners and DCR staff. My name is Alan Artunian. Obviously, it's not. And I'm the owner of Imperia Holdings LLC. I'm thankful to be here today, and I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to DCR staff, to Rocky and the Compliance Division, and to this commission for making this possible. It's been quite a journey since we opened in November 2023. I have faced numerous challenges and I've learned valuable lessons. While our grand opening was overshadowed by an unfortunate incident, I stand here today proud of the strides we have made to enhance our operations and compliance. The safety of our customers and neighbors are of the utmost importance and have been a focus of ours in the past year. As Ali mentioned, we opened lines of communication with LAPD and our neighborhood council to address any potential concerns. As a matter of fact, at the Hollywood Hills West Neighborhood Council meeting this past November, the president of the council and the senior lead officer covering the area reported that neither have received complaints about our store since our grand opening. This shows how far we have come and is a testament to the importance of community engagement. Our commitment extends beyond security. We are 100% committed to full compliance with the DCR rules and regulations. I know I'm reiterating what Ali and Mike have already stated, but it's worth the mention. The Compliance and Enforcement Division really deserve major kudos for all the informative materials they have put out. We tuned into their compliance webinar last year, and we also studied their 32-page self-assessment compliance checklist. It is because of these materials that we were able to achieve perfect compliance. Thank you again.
Wasn't there one more thing you wanted to address regarding the continuance?
Yeah, so I was supposed to be here. I'm listed as the authorized contact on the record, but I was out of town. And we had our store manager, Ali, here, ready to present. But since she wasn't listed as an authorized contact, I believe that's why it was continued.
Okay, thank you. You're finished?
Sure, I
right.
know there's a lot of questions coming, so.
Commissioners, questions for the applicant?
This is Vice President Nash. I'm a little concerned about the fact that there were two special events. It's somewhat mitigated by the fact that compliance has indicated that you had not received the notice of violation on the first event before the second event occurred. But I would just like a statement from the applicant as to why the second event occurred when I assume after the first event, they knew that it was not allowed.
When the second event happened, the applicant still was unsure of what is allowed and what's not allowed. The first event for sure was a full-blown event, no debating that. The second one could be debatable, but we didn't debate it. We understood CED's position and we settled that violation. It was literally a patient appreciation day with a setup that had a DJ. The person that was there is a DJ and there was music playing, but this is a famous DJ that's also associated with cannabis.
Was that event inside or outside the dispensary?
Inside.
Thank you.
The
Any
two
other-
events are not comparable. Like the first one is a full-on blown big violation.
And the second one is not.
I guess by the letter of the law, it is, but it wasn't a party per se.
But there was amplified music.
Yes,
Okay.
This is Commissioner Melendez. So when, when the applicant applied for his license, right? And there's all these rules and regulations that come with the application, is it just something you just skip over? Or is it something that, you know, they read and they say, oh, okay, this is not, I can't do this, but I'm going to do it anyways? Or is it just, he didn't read it at all? That's the question.
so for the record, I was not an authorized contact on this when the application was submitted. I do go over the rules and regulations and there is a DCR form where applicants attest that they're familiar with the rules and regulations. I asked them if their attorney went over that with them before they did this and they had no clue of it. Most operators, and I'm not saying it's okay, but most operators throw grand opening parties not knowing that it's a violation.
That's concerning.
Does Commissioner,
You guys have seen it throughout your hearings. It's a common thing, unfortunately.
does Commissioner Lim, when did you get retained to be a consultant for this applicant?
After they got the notice of violation, a mutual contact got me in touch with the applicant.
Because it's commendable that after the rough start to get a zero citations. I think this may be the only second or third one that we've seen. So that's very commendable. And to have the city council send us a letter in full support of this application is also, it may be a first for us.
I appreciate you noticing.
So it's and you 8 out of 9 favorable from the neighborhood. So there's definitely seems that there was a change, and that's why
We've definitely gained the support of the neighborhood and the council.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you for being here, Mike.
Thank you.
We are on to deliberations.
Commissioner Farby. Just kind of like listening and looking at the trajectory of this applicant, it was obviously some rocky starts here. Both unintended, when we talk about the shooting, but also with the 2 events after being notified or of these being clear violations. Since then, it appears that there's been some improved relations with the community, which I think goes a long way through the neighborhood council meetings that took place, and they're currently in compliance. But I think to Vice President Nash's point, what was kind of coming up for me was the 2 incidents of the events. Not sure. I mean, listen to the comments, I understand it, but you know, that's a little concerning for me, to hear the comment around that most operators kind of kick off their grand opening in violation. Uh, so I think that that's something that we can work on in terms of education, but in terms of the current moment, they seem to be in compliance.
This is President Mason. What I appreciate about this applicant is that they went above and beyond what the code requests in terms of neighborhood council engagement, and that they do attend the meetings regularly, and they have incorporated some of the neighborhood council recommendations into their operating practices. The other thing that's jumped out for me was their review and self-assessment performed as it pertains to the CED's self-assessment checklist. And I think I'm sure that's the first I've heard an applicant say that they've utilized the checklist and compared their performance against what would be required. And that's what helped them successfully pass the last compliance inspection. I note a rocky beginning, but I note progress. And I also note that they have negotiated a settlement with the department and that they are paying that settlement. So all of those things added up are a win for me.
Mhm.
You just repeated what, this Commissioner Lim, you just repeated what I was gonna say.
Sorry.
Much better, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, and this, they're the 100% social equity applicant, which I think is.
I don't think they had a choice, to tell you the truth, to be in that position to actually get what they want. I mean, I think they had to do exactly what they have done. So I give them credit for,
Well,
getting their act
we-
together and making that happen.
But we've seen some who
Yes,
don't
we
exhibit
have.
the same level of cooperation, so. But thank you for that. Any other comments? Is there a motion?
It's Commissioner Farmby. This is item 9, right? Okay.
Mhm.
Item number 9, DCR court record number 310015. The applicant is Imperia Holdings LLC, located in Hollywood Hills West neighborhood. The premise address is 7677 West Sunset Boulevard. I make a motion to accept the staff's recommendation as stated.
This Commissioner Lim, I second that.
Thank you, Mr. Vizo. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Parmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Vice President Ash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
And the time is 4:17. Thank you, Mr. Vizo. And Madam President needs a quick break. We will be back at 4:25. Commissioners, 4:25. I need you back in your seats.
Yes.
Thank you.
We may resume.
The time is 4:27. We are resuming with item number 10, DCR Core Record Number 320048. The applicant is L&E Retail LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 4369 South Van Ness Avenue. We are going to begin with the department presentation.
Before the department presents, I believe that there may be comments from either other city departments or members of the neighborhood council or commission or council office.
This. Okay,
This is
so
City Attorney
we're starting
Allison
off with the neighborhood council, aren't we?
This is City Attorney Allison Toll. We had discussed that we were going to have the department present first so that all information is available prior to the engagement with the additional stakeholders, so that all information can be available as part of the deliberations. My apologies, Mr. Qween. That's fair. That's a fair look.
Jason Qween, Assistant Executive Director, Acting General Manager currently. Here for item number 10 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. I would like to preempt some of the comments that I anticipate will come later. DCR Core Record Number 320048 was submitted on October 10th of 2023. So to the extent that there was unlicensed commercial cannabis activity at this location prior to the date of the application, this does not have anything to do with this particular applicant. I do know that LAPD had investigated this location previously for an unlicensed cultivation grow. The LAPD did not file any criminal proceedings against the landlord or the operator. This location was not subject to a conviction for either illegal cannabis activity or unlicensed cannabis activity, nor did the Department of Building and Safety padlock this location for unlicensed activity as they're allowed to do by code. And the Department of Water and Power did not do a utility shutoff for unlicensed commercial cannabis activity at this location. Currently, DCR does not have any formal record from LAPD, and a review of the LAPD crime map does not show actually any crimes tied to this particular location. I know there were a number of comments made as it pertains to people not filing police reports, but the lack of filing a police report and then conjecture within the hearing does not rise to the level of a reason to deny. The applicant is seeking an annual license for the type 10 commercial cannabis activity. The applicant does not currently have a license from the Department of Cannabis Regulation to operate. They are non-operational. The business is located at 4369 South Van Ness Avenue, Los Angeles, California, 90062, which is located in the West Adams Baldwin Hills Lamert Park Community Plan area, which is located within Council District 8. This application was last heard before the commission on December 5th of 2024. Due to strong opposition from the community and a lack of clarity of whether or not there were LAPD calls, the commission voted to continue their decision on this matter until today's date to allow for time for the applicants to meet with the community members and the Empowerment Congress Central Area Neighborhood Council. As I mentioned previously, the applicant has not yet been issued temporary approval by DCR. The applicant is actively completing all of the requirements for the issuance of an annual license. If they are issued an annual license and they pass a initial inspection, they would be eligible to get temporary approval and begin operations. The applicant does not currently possess a state license. That may have changed since the last time we brought this issue before the commission. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to the CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions applied, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR, the commission, may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny the annual license for the reasons in the municipal code. under sections 104.04. As I previously mentioned, the property is properly zoned. The property is properly distanced, and there have not been any activity at the location for unlicensed activity that would make it scorched earth and prevent the license issuance. Currently, DCR does not have anything on the record to warrant placing any conditions due to graffiti, vagrants in and around the property, the way that the property owner is maintaining the property. You know, to the extent that residents have an issue with the property owner and their landlord, the city does have a Los Angeles Housing Department. Complaints can be filed directly to the housing department. Their investigators will investigate complaints about the dwelling, the status of the dwelling, and that's how that would be properly handled. But as it relates to the cannabis applicant, this is not the appropriate forum to, you know, raise concerns about the landlord and how they're treating the tenants. As I said, this is a commercially zoned property. It is multi-use, and the first floor is allowed to have a retail storefront business. And that concludes the, I did review all of the correspondence that came before the commission today. So if you have questions about specific correspondence, I do have it in front of me. And that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you, Assistant Director Qween. This is President Mason. I do have a question. Is this applicant in the possession of an operating permit from the department?
No.
And are they in I did hear you say that they do not have a temporary approval.
Correct.
And so delivery services would fall under commercial cannabis activity?
If it was occurring at this location, yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions for now.
This is Vice President Yash. During public comment, there were a couple of comments that I want to inquire with the department. One of the comments was that there's 12 dispensaries within 2 miles. You know, I did a little bit of math, and I thought if that was true, there would have to be a violation of the distance between dispensaries. So I wonder if that, from the department's perspective, is true or not. And the second question, which is related, since you're doing a search, is that they mentioned that there's 2 schools nearby. Can you tell me what the closest school is and how far it is away?
Yes, I can, sir. Give me one moment. The closest school is (42nd Street Elementary School). And that's outside of a 700-foot radius of the business. There is no other commercial cannabis business within 700 feet of this location. And there's nothing within thousands of feet on Van Ness of this location. The closest northbound dispensary is located on 2nd Avenue. And I can do a more in-depth calculation if you need it, but there's no commercial cannabis business anywhere close to 700 feet for this location. And the school is well outside of 700 feet.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the department at this time?
This is Commissioner Lim. in regards to sensitive use, this is a mixed unit where it's commercial on the first floor and residential on the second floor. Is that in any way a limitation or is it a violation of sensitive use under the guideline?
Jason Glen, Assistant Executive Director. Commissioner Lim, this property is zoned C2, which is allowable for a type 10 retail storefront license. So the zoning does comply with the requirements for a commercial cannabis business. The fact that it's mixed use does not preclude the issuance of a license. And there are no sensitive use or distancing restrictions between residentially owned properties or units and a commercial cannabis dispensary. And in fact, this commission knows that a lot of times you have the commercial corridor and then directly behind that commercial property are residential properties.
Right, but this is a mixed use where it's first floor and a second floor and possibly the same HVAC system is being used for all the units. And I'm wondering if that in any way violates any sensitive use.
It does not violate any sensitive use. And if the tenants have concerns about the way the property is maintained, those are best addressed through the Los Angeles Housing Department so that the housing inspectors can go out and do an investigation to determine whether or not the landlord is responsible for remedying anything at the property.
This is Commissioner Lim again. Now, obviously, engaging in an unlicensed cannabis is one of the reasons to deny this application. There has been several public accusations that talked about these.
I'm sorry, that's warning number 1. You may continue.
Oh, thank you. About improper delivery, smells, HVAC being removed, and so on and so on, to imply that it's illegal use. However, as you mentioned, the police department has no record on illegal cannabis operation. There's no lockdown, no cutoff of the water and utilities. Is it prudent for us to deny an application based upon an accusation made by the community?
The municipal code outlines specific reasons why the commission or the department can deny a license. For unlicensed commercial cannabis activity or illegal cannabis activity, that threshold is a conviction. To my knowledge, the business entity has not been convicted of a violation of the municipal code for unlicensed commercial cannabis activity. As you correctly stated, my testimony was the Department of Water and Power did not do a utility shutoff at this location. The building was not subject to padlocking by the Department of Building and Safety. And the investigation by LAPD for an illegal grow, to the extent that it predated when the application was submitted, doesn't make it the current applicant's responsibility. And as members of the public have stated, they have complaints about smell and unlicensed cannabis activity going back 3 years. And this applicant applied for a license in October of 2023.
This Commissioner Lim, do we know why that they're not ready to open or ready to get a provisional license? It seems that process has been going on for a while.
I mean, they've been in the process for less than 18 months. It's not uncommon for businesses to take 6, 12, 18 plus months to go through the permitting process. They also have to apply for and get their state license in order to operate. They could have been doing tenant improvements, doing other things at the location to bring it up to code. But at this time, the applicant does not have a license to engage from the city. And they'll need that license plus their state license before they can begin operations.
Thank you.
Commissioner Farmby. So this location, this operation has no permit or temporary approval. Is that correct?
They do not have a license from the city to engage in commercial cannabis activity, correct?
Okay. We've heard from the community, not just today, but in the past, regarding issues and concerns about this property. Not just the property itself, because what I'm hearing is not an ideological issue, but it's more so around this specific operator. So that's what I want to get to. This specific operator currently is not what I'm asking. This specific operator is not in the process or currently in compliance to operate a retail storefront business. Is that correct?
The applicant does not currently possess a City of Los Angeles license to engage in commercial cannabis activity at this location.
What we doing here? So I I'm hoping that we can get some clarification if the operator's here. I think I've heard what I needed to hear from the community, but I would like to be able to hear something to kind of give us some validation as to what's happening here. And Jason, my clarification question to you is how being that this is not it doesn't have the permit or the temporary approval, do we know or have any idea how long this place has been operating under the current situation?
There's no evidence currently that they are operating since the application got submitted. There are Google links associated with a different business entity for the location that predates when the application was submitted. You know, it's not uncommon for applicants to apply at locations that were previously associated with non-Proposition D, non-EMMD, non-licensed locations. Given the sensitive use and buffering restrictions, there are limited commercial corridors where people can operate. And, you know, there are fewer landlords that are willing to lease to this type of business. So it's not uncommon that somebody now is looking to go into a location where there was previous unlicensed activity or unpermitted activity, but that shouldn't be held against the applicant.
Understood. Understood. Okay.
This is President Mason. What is this applicant's DBA?
The applicant does not have a DBA on file. The legal business name is L&E Retail LLC.
Okay. And to the best of the department's knowledge, are any of the current partners in L&E associated with the prior owner in any way, shape, or form? Did any of the prior occupants of the premises migrate over to this new partnership?
To the best of the department's knowledge, we don't track any of the occupancy or other related information, especially as it would have related to an unpermitted non-applicant of the department.
Okay.
For this particular record, this is the only application we have ever received for this address. So we only have ownership information as it applies to L&E for the application before you today.
Okay, thank you.
This is Commissioner Melendez, Jason. So this is a C10. If there are children that live in that building, can you explain how the C10 and the separation between that and the housing above, how that is impacted?
From a land use where it can be
From
located,
the-
there's nothing that would preclude it from being there. You know, to the extent that residents have concerns about the HVAC system, you know, that's something that should go through the housing department. They should talk to the landlords about it. You know, when the city was considering commercial cannabis regulations, there was a lot of discussion about if you lived in an apartment and the landlord allows people to consume cannabis and smoke cannabis in their unit, well, you have shared walls, you have shared ventilation, et cetera. Ultimately, it's up to landlord to make that determination. And if a tenant is unhappy with the smells and the owner and the landlord's allowing it, then, you know, effectively they could look for a new location to live in, as, you know, cold-hearted as it sounds. But there are no restrictions. There are no requirements placed on the business to upgrade the HVAC system or do anything else. And, this is not a cultivation location. It's purely retail storefront. So these will have to be prepackaged. So odor mitigation is something that we would take into account. But ultimately, if the residents are concerned about the HVAC system or shared ventilation, they're going to have to raise those issues with their landlord.
Thank you, Jason.
This is City Attorney Allison Toll. I do just want to clarify some questions that were asked earlier about the reasons for denial, and I want to make sure that we're super clear on those reasons. So under 10404B7, when we talk about the unlicensed activity that may be happening, if there is a conviction as tied to that business premises is not eligible for licensure for 5 years. Separately, there is 10415, which prohibits unlicensed commercial cannabis activity, but that attaches to a person. So any entity or individual conducting unlicensed commercial activity is not eligible for licensure. So there's two different routes when we are talking about unlicensed activity.
So
This is President Mason. Aren't there three 104.06E?
I'm sorry, I'm relating this
Oh,
specifically back to
gotcha.
Commissioner Lim's
Okay.
question, yes.
I'll be quiet.
In addition to the myriad reasons.
This Commissioner Lim, in
Yeah.
regards to the second one that you mentioned
Yes,
about a person doing business unlawful on cannabis, does that have to arise to a conviction?
it does not. But there needs to be evidence to that effect. But it does not require a conviction.
And under which venue is this evidence taken in? In any venue or?
Do you mean how would the department accept evidence?
Yes.
Of that, sufficient documentation by the Los Angeles Police Department.
Well, how about all these people today at this Commissioner Lim, how about all the public comments that we've heard today about, illegal activity being conducted in this area? Seems sufficient evidence there. Do we?
And that would be at your discretion. So this is where your
Okay.
independent fact finding does come in at this point. But to the
what's the-
extent that you are forming a denial, you need to find that there is sufficient evidence of the unlicensed activity. And we also, it depends on your grounds for denial. Were you to deny? And we can talk about that later. right?
During
That's a
deliberations, if we
premature,
may.
that's a premature conversation.
Yeah.
Agree.
But I do want to clarify that the Department of Cannabis Regulation has no jurisdiction over unlicensed commercial cannabis activity. We don't make a determination of fact to that. Complaints that come in about unlicensed activity would get routed to the Los Angeles Police Department. And then they, as their subject matter experts, would determine whether or not they work with the Department of Water and Power, Department of Building and Safety, the city attorney's office to adjudicate, those allegations.
This Commissioner Lim, but if we are talking about granting a annual license and there is sufficient evidence to indicate that a person was conducting illegal business at that location, I don't think we need to go through the police department or a lockout or water utility being turned off to make that a reason to deny the application. Is that correct?
Um,
I'm just trying to figure out what our authorities are.
Hi,
That's
this is
all.
President Mason. You know what? Before we go down that rabbit hole, I'm going to request Commissioner Lim, you hold that until we
Okay.
get to deliberations. And let's move on to the next presenter. If we're done with the department, because we can always reopen.
Okay.
All right. Then we are moving on to the neighborhood council presentation.
President Mason, I do want to note that there's a raised hand in the virtual meeting. I'm not certain who that may be.
Are you all expecting someone to call in?
No.
Okay, give me just a moment. You can confirm, but they have no time at this time.
Right. Caller with phone,
Yeah.
the hand went away. Oh, there it
Okay.
goes. One more time. Caller with phone number ending in 9966. Please state your name and if you are part of the neighborhood council on this item.
This is Sarah Leedy. Can I be heard?
Are you with the neighborhood council?
No, actually,
No, she's
I
with
am
the
with
applicant.
the consultant. Yeah, I'm with the applicant team.
Okay, the commission president has not called on the applicant yet, so we will put you back in the queue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, please state each of your names for the record and
Alrighty, I'm Janae Copeland. Oh, sorry. Ingrid Rivera Guzman.
Harry Frischberg.
Awesome. May we continue?
and what neighborhood council are you with?
We're with Empowerment Congress Central Area Neighborhood Council, EC Central. My name is Janae Copeland. I'm the president. Thank you, commissioners.
You may begin.
Awesome. Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Janae Copeland, president of EC Central Neighborhood Council. We collaborate with elected officials to enhance our community, identify concerns, resources, and solutions. Our boundaries cover over 50,000 constituents, including myself. Our stakeholders, as you can see from earlier during public comment, are strongly against granting a license to these applicants. In the time we have today, I want to show you exactly why. You've heard a lot about the location. I want you to actually see it for yourself. These photos show you the retail side on Vernon. Around the corner is the residential side of the building. Shockingly, this is actually where the dispensary is being proposed. As you can see, trash is piled up on the curb, graffiti sprawled across the wall. The security lights have been burnt out for a long time. And please also note that these photos were taken less than 2 weeks ago. In fact, these photos were taken on the very same day that dispensary paid consultants distributed a vague letter to the community promising to be good partners and neighbors. This is a building that houses families in a quiet neighborhood. This is not an appropriate location for a dispensary.
Thank you. And obviously, I am speaking right now in my capacity as the Area 2 rep for the Neighborhood Council, though I am also part of the Gramercy Block Club, and I live only a couple blocks away from here. But I am speaking today because I want to very much take the opportunity to add some clarity to the discussion that had happened earlier. And we were planning on adding this clarity anyway. The applicants in question control both 4369 and 4367. If you'll notice, and even in the previous slide, you could see both addresses are essentially right next to each other between a thin wall. There's been some discussion about that, but they are, for all intents and purposes, basically adjoining properties that are both controlled by the same groups. You can see on the screen right now, there are two very similarly named, similarly licensed groups that have been in this place by their own admission during the last hearing for 5 years. For 3+ of those years, both spaces were actually used as a cannabis delivery service, despite their attorney telling this commission, quote, "It's not operational. There's no cannabis. This is not an operational business." Both addresses are listed on numerous cannabis sites as, quote, "operational," and the delivery service still has a profile on Google that lists it as open. On Yelp, Google, and other similar sites, you can find many of very recent reviews, relatively recent reviews. Many of them are extremely negative. Many of them mention the drivers arriving clearly intoxicated. Many accuse them of shady and deceptive business practices. Sure, some are positive. These reviews come directly from the applicants themselves, using their own names and publicly vouching for the very services that they told this commission, quote, "don't exist."
Can we go back to the prior slide? I'm
Yes.
sorry. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. As you can see, on the next slide, for someone who claims to want to be a part of this community, the applicants seem to be in a big hurry to sell this business. This listing from only a few months before their last hearing lists 4369 as quote, very open, operational, revenue generating business. Starting at $1 million, they are looking to sell a quote, turnkey dispensary and delivery operation. We found ads even in foreign language magazines touting the quote, social equity licensed business that is for sale. Regardless of anything else they will tell you or claim, this rush to offload the business before it is even fully licensed and legally operational flies in direct opposition to why the social equity program was created in the first place.
So I'm going to restate some of the things that you've already heard earlier this afternoon during public comment. And this issue was actually brought to our neighborhood council by community concerns that have only increased overwhelmingly over the past 3 months as more and more neighbors have become aware of the situation. In addition to our own community impact statement from the neighborhood council, there has also been 2 letters of opposition from both block clubs that neighbor the proposed dispensary. We also have opposition from faith-based leaders, including 2 churches that are nearby the location. Our Southwest Division Senior Lead Officer, Paul Elbeth, who I believe is also here and can speak for himself, also provided public comment at our neighborhood council with illegal activity and his own concerns about this and urged the neighborhood council to take action and come before this commission, which is why we are standing here before you today. And our council member, Council President Harris Dawson, has also conducted his own investigation. His office is also here today since you issued the continuance. And finally, we have conducted a petition, collected over 250 signatures from neighbors strongly opposing this dispensary location.
We hope we have made our reason for opposition very clear. This is an inappropriate and unacceptable location that has a history of neglect, despair, and unsafe conditions. The operators have shown themselves to be dishonest and untrustworthy, especially when it comes to their true intentions with this business. And finally, the overwhelming community response is something we haven't seen at our neighborhood council in quite some time, and one that we doubt you have experienced in some time as well. Thank you, Honorable Commission. We ask that you guys reject this application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Let's see. At this time, we'll hear from LAPD.
Commissioner Mason, I do believe that representative from LAPD is speaking in conjunction with representative from the council district. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Paul Eveleth. I'm a senior lead officer assigned to the Southwest Community Police Station, which covers the address for item number 10. Good afternoon, President Mason, commissioners, and staff. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am the senior lead officer for several communities in South LA, including Arlington Park, Angeles Mesa, parts of Vermont Square, Chesterfield Square, and Leimert Park. I want to start by saying I've met the most amazing people in these communities in my entire life, and I have a lot of passion for this community. And that's why I'm here to represent the community and what information that they've shared with me over the past several months. The area along Vernon, the Vernon corridor, which encompasses several of those communities that I mentioned, has several vehicle repair shops, which on its own brings a lot of quality of life issues. There are problematic street racing, and there's a number of crimes that have occurred. I'd like to start with some of the crimes that we have data from for the last 2 years that have occurred either at the intersection of Van Ness Avenue and Vernon, or at the actual building where the application has set forward. We had records of 3 burglary investigations rather, a stolen vehicle, an individual with a firearm, a recovered stolen vehicle, and miscellaneous disturbances, which the last one was on December 6th at 4 p.m, where a fight led to a female victim being cut on her face. That just happened several weeks ago. Some of the other crimes in the neighboring communities, a short car ride away from that intersection. In 2025 alone, there were 10, 7 of which were considered violent crimes. Just 2 weeks ago, there was a shooting, luckily no injuries, in the 4200 block of Van Ness, which to put in perspective, that takes about 5 minutes to walk there from this location of 4367 to 4373 Van Ness Avenue. But as I said, there was no injuries, thankfully. Last year, from September to December, there were 3 shootings, not at that intersection or at that address, but not too far away. Just to kind of give you a perspective what the community suffers from in that particular community. Some of the complaints that the residents have brought to my attention about this intersection and about this very short block would be the obvious graffiti. We saw the photo, so it speaks for itself. And by the way, that graffiti is removed by the City of Los Angeles nonprofit agency, LA Conservation Corps. It is not being removed by the property owner. So it is clear violation of the municipal code to leave graffiti on a structure, especially when it's in public view, when it is in public view rather. There is a significant on-street parking problem, as we have in many communities of LA. In fact, specifically right in front of this building, I can't even park the police car like we normally would in an emergency call without blocking traffic completely. In addition, because the road is too narrow and there's constant red curb violations, there's just not enough parking in that block. And there's no parking lot for the building itself, other than across the street for the tenants. Reports of illegal fireworks, noise complaints. And then about a year ago, I had a complaint from one of the residents who actually lives in the building that he smelled cannabis from his apartment, which led me to further investigate. And so I kind of watchful eye noticed, that there were a lot of what appeared to be customers, maybe delivery drivers, where they would always block the alleyway. This is not an alleyway where if you park your car, somebody could scoot by you. This is an alleyway because it's an older community where if you park your car, there's no way that another car could come through, including an emergency vehicle. So it became clear in speaking to other neighbors and some of the neighboring businesses that there was some type of a delivery service of cannabis going on just behind the grocery store that's currently there on the lower level of the apartment building. Maybe 6 months after that, so now we're talking over a year and a half ago, I was just providing routine patrol on that block, as I often do, because I get a lot of complaints about that particular area. Somebody came out of the retail storefront where this delivery service had a front door, because there's a rear door as well with a loading dock. And he introduced himself and he says, well, I'm trying to open up a retail store here. He mentioned his name. I have it all on body cam, by the way. I don't have it here to show you, but it's all on record. And he says, would you like to come in? And I said, sure. So I walked in. Immediately, I saw cannabis stored. There was a guard dog. And he says, yeah, I'm thinking about doing a retail operation. And I said, okay, you know, and from what I know, retail operations are usually done by the books and they're usually successful. But I thought to myself, I feel really bad for the community in this case because of the location. It's just not ideal. I have in my community where I live in Northeast LA, and there's no issues with them. So I have no personal problem with cannabis. So that happened, you know, several months later. Next door is a repair facility, a body shop, and they do it the right way. It's clean, it's painted, never graffiti. Then there's a restaurant that's popular on the front side. And then you have a problematic tow yard, just to give you a perspective of what goes on in that community. Many of you heard the news a couple nights ago where in Riverside, some independent tow trucks were found by the Department of Insurance to keep vehicles hostage. It was a scam where they get money out of the insurance companies for storing the vehicle at length. Well, there's that type of a business right there, 2 doors up. So we're dealing with a lot in a very small condensed area with very little parking on a busy corridor. Our concern is that if the civil and legal responsibilities of the applicant are not met, that the quality of life will be affected negatively and crime could occur. So we do encourage you to look at every detail and to thoroughly consider what's at stake. And we appreciate you listening to the community. James.
Greetings, Commissioners. My name is James Ingram, Director of Constituent Services for Council President Marquise Harris Dawson of the 8th District. I was assigned to both read and submit this letter on behalf of our District Director, Fernando Montez Rodriguez. So, dear members of the Department of Cannabis Regulation Commission, following the December 5th, 2024 hearing regarding L&E Retail LLC's application to establish a cannabis dispensary at 4369 South Van Ness Ave, our office reiterates the serious concerns raised by the community and formally requests that the application be denied. Basis for denial: the application has failed to meet and comply with MC 10404, and the location has been the site of significant public safety issues documented by LAPD Southwest Division. Crime reports between the years of 23 to 2025, located between 4367 to 4375 Van Ness and the Van Ness Vernon intersection include violent and property crimes, public safety threats, shootings and injuries, burglaries and stolen vehicles, disturbances including fights resulting in injuries. Community opposition. Residents, churches, and stakeholders have repeatedly voiced opposition, citing these public safety concerns. Attached are letters from the community members urging denial of this application. Given these significant concerns, we strongly urge the commission to reject this application. Thank you for your time and consideration.
So Elveth, Mr. Ingram, thank you both for being here. This is Commission President Mason. You guys were both given this. Have you had a chance to read the right side? And what this is a statement from L&E Retail presented to the commission. And I'm specifically asking them to read remarks as it pertains to interaction with LAPD Southwest Division. Let me know when you're ready. Okay, so on 12/13/2024, we are advised by L&E Retail that an unnamed LAPD Southwest Narcotics Division detective was contacted, and their response was that there was information that there was an illegal grow. The LAPD never found anything. Were you aware, were either of you aware of this interaction?
So I can speak to that, ma'am.
Thank you.
So Detective Levin leads up the narcotics team of officers that consists of, I believe, 5 undercover officers, including 2 detectives. They cover over 20 square miles of the Southwest Community Police Stations area. They are not staffed to be able to constantly surveil or watch a location. I was the one that personally notified them of what the community told me and what I felt was likely going on. And so they probably only went out there once, knowing how much time they have. So it's not uncommon that they would tell me or tell someone else that they went out and they didn't see anything. As far as I've heard, it was a late night operation when it was active with the trucks arriving. So it could be that maybe this was occurring on the outside when the narcotics officers were not staffed, when they were not working.
Okay, thank you. Next comment. The February 6, 2025 interaction, which was this month, wherein the narcotics detective responded that they have received info that there was a cannabis shop, but they have never seen any evidence of it. Can either of you speak to that?
I can speak to that, ma'am. That's pertaining also to the 1213 comment.
Okay.
And that's the same group of officers.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. There was something else there that about Harry Griffith. Can I comment on that? Or
I was going there, but hey.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go right ahead.
So I'm a little surprised to see his name mentioned because he doesn't work at the station and he hasn't worked there in probably 8 months. He is the captain at a different police station, also within LAPD. I'm not sure how anybody would have gotten a hold of him unless they know him personally.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And I'm good with that. Thank you for speaking to each of those. Commissioners, were there any questions?
This is Vice President Nash. This is a question for you, officer. Sir, you indicated that you entered a premises and that you saw cannabis. Can you specifically tell me the address of those premises that you went into and entered?
Yeah, I believe I have a picture of, not of the cannabis, but of the storefront on my phone. And there's, most of these entrances are on Van Ness. I apologize.
There's no rush. Take your
Okay,
time.
thanks. I'll find it. I know it was 2 in from the alleyway. There's several what appears to be vacant properties there or vacant retail. Okay, looks like I found it. I believe it was 4371. Because 4373 is the main entrance to the apartment building, I believe. And then 4371 is just to the north of there, which should be the location where he invited me in. And that goes deep back into the rearmost area of that building. It's quite large, even though the entrance looks small.
And I believe you indicated you do not know who let you in.
I don't recall his name because this is almost a year ago, but he identified himself as the owner. And that the owner of not the building, but of the business that was supposedly delivering cannabis or distributing cannabis somehow. There was no retail operation at that point.
One issue I have is that the location of the premises that they're asking for the license for is 4369 South Van Ness Avenue, not 4371.
That's right next door. It could have been that. Like I said, sir, there's 3 or 4 entrances right there. It's possible.
Do you know what date that was that you entered the premises?
I don't, but I could definitely research it because I had the body camera on the entire time.
If you have a picture, it's date stamped.
This is a picture that I took recently, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, not a year ago. Yeah,
Okay.
I know. I wish I.
And then when you entered that premises, what exactly did you see?
I saw cannabis product. I don't recall exactly what, because it was such a long time ago. But if I were to go back in time, you know, if you need it later, maybe in another hearing or what have you, I could certainly look at it on the video.
Now, when you say product, you're talking about packaged product?
Yeah, I don't think they were growing it there. It was more processed to deliver out, it seemed.
And what quantity of whatever you saw was there?
Extensive, where it was clear to me that there was a distribution going on. And I could smell it instantly as I walked in.
When you say extensive, can you describe it a little bit more? Is it, you know, the size of a small car? Did it appear to be 100 pounds? Approximately how much was there?
I would say equivalent to a pallet at least.
Something that you would need a forklift to move.
Not necessarily, it's just that in quantity equaling, if you put it all on a pallet, it would fill up the pallet pretty high from what I recall. And enough to have a guard dog there to protect whatever was inside the building.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
There's Commissioner Lim, can you talk some more of the public safety issues that you believe would be arise if this application was given an annual license?
You know, the violence has gotten slightly better over the years in that area. But we still have shootings. We still have narcotics issues, people with addictions, people that suffer from mental illness, and of course the unhoused.
More specifically, you said that for that location, very dense, very currently you were mentioning a lot of crimes in that, near that area and at that area. And you talked about the tow truck and things. Specifically for that location, what sort of public safety concerns do you have? Not cannabis in general, but for that specific location.
You know, I'm a firm believer that if you take care of your property and show the community and prove to the community that you care about the community, there's going to be less crime. There's crime even in the most expensive areas, and there's crime in the areas that suffer. But if this corner isn't dressed up to what the community deserves, I fear that another business, a business that has a lot of in and out traffic, there's robberies in the area. It just seems that it is not ideal. If this was a redevelopment that we're talking about, I think that you wouldn't see all the folks in the room. I think that it's just, I'm surprised that they would actually want to do this without fixing up the building, to be honest. You saw the graffiti. We don't have that type of graffiti necessarily on a blanket wall. It's actually a pretty graffiti-free area. We report it right away. And to have that type of graffiti on a regular basis does not help with public safety.
This Commissioner Lim, has anyone been in contact with the owner of the property to voice these concerns and to, because we're not sure whether the garbage or the graffiti arises from due to the applicant being there.
Yeah, that's a good point. The developer, Qween Management, owns several properties in the city of LA, including a number of properties in that area. And over the years, I've been in contact with them about a number of quality of life issues, not just there. And We even put a housing complaint in, to be honest. I did it on behalf of the community because they were scared. And the housing department does code enforcement because it's a multi-dwelling building. Building and safety doesn't go there for that. And so, and I'm sorry if I'm repeating something you probably already know, but for the rest of everybody. So I cover such a wide area. There probably should be more conversations with building owner about this, but there's only so much time in the day.
Commissioners, any other questions for these two gentlemen? All right, thank you for being here. Don't go far. At this time, we will hear from the applicant. You can-
Good afternoon, commissioners.
And there is someone in the queue still.
The hand is no longer there, but I can make an announce. Oh, it went just back up. Is there someone else that's?
There's, I
that we
think,
have?
2 people online and a couple of people in the gallery that are going to speak as well.
So President Mason, would you like me to call on the caller first and are they sharing time?
They're sharing time, but do you have a order preference?
I'd like to go first if possible.
Okay. So they can go. They're sharing the 10 minutes.
Yes, we're sure. So I'm going first.
They are.
No, I was asking if I could go first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. I
No,
thought
no,
you
yeah,
said
yeah. I
let-
said I'd like to go.
Go right
Yeah, yeah,
ahead.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
So good afternoon. My name is Norek Balagiozian. I'm the attorney who's in charge of the, system with compliance and licensing for L&E retail. I believe has been this huge misunderstanding as to what's going on, in a sense where I think the community has an issue with the owners. I think some of those issues you guys are aware of. But as far as unlicensed cannabis activity, any sort of illegal activity, any sort of anything illegal or unlicensed has never happened on the property. Just like the neighborhood council's presentation mentioned, there's an entity named Leo Group LLC, which had a licensed DCR licensed and state licensed delivery service at 4367 North South Van Ness, the 2 units next to each other. That was operational for, I don't know the exact date, but they've received their license all above board. They were operating there, no community complaints. There's always a neighborhood liaison, no DCR inspections or violations, no state inspections or violations. Keep in mind that, again, the important thing is to distinguish there's 2 properties. They're separate from each other. There was Leo Group LLC that was fully licensed, legally operational at 4367 Van Ness. And then this application is for 4369 Van Ness. The Leo Group is no longer operational. It hasn't been since June of last year. I'm sorry, June or July. They have not renewed the state license, and then we've informed DCR that we're not going to be renewing the city license during this 2024's renewal process. There has not been cannabis at the delivery address, again, separate locations, separate addresses. Again, since they stopped operation was in July. There hasn't been any cannabis there. That's essentially, I believe, where the biggest confusion is coming from as to legal or illegal. So when the officer mentioned that they've invited him to look at the location, he was invited into the operational fully licensed operational delivery service. Why would someone invite a police officer into a illegal place? It was above board. DCR can confirm it. State can confirm it. All the licenses were there. No complaints ever. No violations. As far as operational, compliance standpoint, they were on point with everything, no issues with metric, none of that. That's why there was packaged cannabis there when the officer witnessed it. That's why there's delivery vehicles coming in the back to deliver cannabis, because state regulations don't allow, some of the state regulations don't allow like front door delivery. And then sometimes, depending on how the layout of the building is, they have to go through the back door. Essentially it was better to do the back door. As far as the graffiti or the unkept property, again, this was a delivery service. They are not allowed to have any sort of advertising. They're not allowed to have any sort of signage or anything like that. So it's just a delivery service. Now, sure, they could have cleaned up the graffiti, but I think like the whole building has an issue with that. I mean, essentially the reason why it wasn't cleaned up is just because as an operational business, it wasn't really, detrimental for them to do the cleanup, especially if it's going to get graffitied again, I guess. But that's something definitely can be fixed, discussed, addressed. Now, switching to 4369 South Van Ness, which is the other, that's the license, the unit, the address we're discussing now. Again, the reason why it's unkept is, or there hasn't been done any tenant improvements, and just like Mr. Qween mentioned, we haven't had our inspection yet because we are waiting for this to go forward. Keep in mind, this is a social equity applicant. They don't have unlimited funds. They can't pour a bunch of money into a property, build it out, clean it up, and then, not get a license. So all of that's going to be addressed once we are allowed to be operational there. Clearly, we're going to build it out. We're going to clean it up. The CR is going to come and inspect it. All of those things are going to happen. Regarding the complaints about illegal cannabis activity, specifically talking about the police show, like investigating a potential grow. I don't know the date of that, and we weren't able to verify when that was. But if I'm guessing right, it was either the delivery service was mistaken for a grow operation by the community for whatever reason, or that happened before even the delivery service was there. If we can get clarification on when that visit was, I think it would shed a lot of light on that as well. So going back to a comment regarding, I said that there was no cannabis activity at the location, and that's exactly what I said. This specific address had never had cannabis in it. It was never an operational, legal, it was an empty unit until the social equity won the lottery, and then they've approached the landlord to see if the empty unit, they can essentially get it so they can do the application, all of that. So and that's that. The application was submitted and it was always empty. There was never any activity there. The unit next door was a licensed delivery, local license, city, state license, above board, no issues, no inspections, no compliance problems ever, no shootings, no fights, no parties, no amplified music, at least as far as I know. Not that as far as I know, there's no reports of that. So I guess the issue here fundamentally is the issue with the community, like our inability to connect with the community in a way where it would ease their concerns. And that's something we really would love to fix. I think we got off on the wrong foot for whatever reason. When I was here last time, I even expressed, I'm surprised there's so much opposition, because we didn't even know there was a problem at all. So I guess what I like is for the commission to understand that these are separate businesses. Granted, the other one had comments from unsatisfied clients, but it's business. Sometimes someone's satisfied, sometimes not satisfied. Regarding the fact that the property was the potential license was listed for sale, and someone mentioned that the spirit of the social equity wasn't that. I'd like to disagree with that. The social equities was the opportunity to give someone who's been unfairly affected by cannabis enforcement prior to the legalization of it. And the applicant qualified and received their social equity status. Now, when they get the license, it's their license. They can choose to sell it. They can choose to sit there and operate it at a loss. Industry's not doing that great. So for them to be able to sell it and for social equity to have X amount of money and go on to do bigger and better things with his life, I think that's just person's choice. I don't think it's inherently something wrong with that. Addressing that. Regarding the order, again, whenever there's retail cannabis sales, by law, everything needs to be packaged. I'm sure you've heard this a bunch of times now from everyone. It has to be packaged. There shouldn't be smell. Sometimes there's smell. Sometimes buildings have very powerful, strong HVAC systems where they have carbon scrubbers and all of that. They help to mitigate the odor. This is a kind of an older building. If anything, they've installed an AC. Someone mentioned why they install an AC, because we want to prevent the smell from coming from that delivery service. So the applicant's ready to do whatever is required and necessary to win the trust of the community. And we've already done many steps since our last hearing, December 5th, because again, we were kind of surprised that there was even an issue. That's why we were kind of taken back on that. Since then, you're going to hear from Ms. Kathy and several of our teams, like Nathan Freeman. We've engaged consultants, neighborhood outreach individuals who are essentially, the plan is for them to go out to in the neighborhood. We've already started doing that. If you look at the second page of this document, you'll see that we've sent out letters. We've organized the Zoom call with the Gramercy block.
President Mason, the 10 minutes are up.
That was 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I wish there was. Oh, I guess if I'm allowed to maybe answer questions, maybe, or just finish that one sentence, then.
I'll allow you to finish the sentence. I'm
Thank
sure
you.
the commission has questions.
So when we've had the meeting with the Gramercy Club, we've set up the Zoom, all the emails were sent out for the community to attend, the mailers were put out, 3 people showed up, and the general concern from the meeting, or not the concern, the general takeaway is just, they just don't want us. Our approach was, please let us know, what would you like for us to change? What would you like for us to do? We're ready to, do everything the community wants us to be better neighbors. From what essentially from what I understand, it was that, there's nothing can be done, or like that, nothing you can do at this point. It's just, I wasn't there. I might be misspeaking here. This is what I understand. But anyways, are willing to make all the efforts necessary to win the community's trust back. However it might be. Again, no criminal activity, no illegal licensed activity, none of that. There's no reason why the commission should deny, because there's no deniable factors. One factor the commissioner was mentioning, that possibly if they have insufficient evidence.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. Sorry.
Thank you.
And as far as questions, if there's a question that like our security experts is better equipped to answer, is that okay? If he'll come up and say it, or our community outreach individuals?
I only have a speaker card for you. So we're gonna have to limit that engagement to you.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm prepared to.
And
I just thought it would be.
the raise hand.
They're the online people, but I think I took up the time.
We don't have cards for them. Okay.
Wait, online, they don't need cards, right?
Correct, but the time limit
Yeah.
is up.
Yeah. All right, commissioners. Don't all go at once.
Okay, this is Commissioner Lim. So I understand there's 2 different entities, Leo, L-E-O Retail.
Leo Group.
A Leo Group.
Correct.
And then yours is L&E Retail.
Correct.
And are you in any way affiliated or related with Leo Group?
Me, or you mean the applicant in general?
Well, let's start with you and then the
I am. I've helped the applicant get that license as well back in 2022 or 21. I don't remember exactly. It was 2022.
Okay. So, okay, so you're a consultant that helped out with the Leo
Yes,
group.
yes. From very
Okay.
beginning with social equity applicant, they came, we applied, we got the license, everything was smooth.
Okay, and then how about the social equity? Is he in any way related to Leo Group?
It's the same social equity person.
The same person?
Correct.
Okay, okay. Now,
So just to clarify, the social equity participated in the lottery and he was one of the people that was randomly chosen to be able
But
to
is-
open up the storefront.
but is a different person than L&E Retail? Or is it the same person?
It's the same person.
Same person?
Same
Okay,
person,
got
different
it.
business
Yeah,
entity.
got it, got it.
This is Commissioner Melendez. I have a question for Jason. Can you verify?
We would
I'm
have to
s-
close out.
I'm so sorry. I do recommend that we table that until we finish up here with the applicant.
Ms. Vice President Nash. What is the location of the Leo Group?
4367 South Van Ness. L&E is 4369.
Do you or anybody associated with the applicant have anything to do with
4371 that the officer mentioned?
Can you please
Oh, sorry.
allow me to
located
finish?
at
Thank you.
4371 South Van Ness?
No. It's not, we don't have control over that unit or address.
Now, you've indicated that there is a legal delivery service.
There was.
There was. And what was their address?
That's Leo Group. That's Leo Group is the legal delivery service. So
And remind me again what their address was?
4367.
I'm sorry, could you say it again?
4367.
4367. Okay.
Commissioner Farmer. Can you describe for us what you believe to be the issue that the community has? I've heard from everybody in this room. You stated that there was a Zoom that took place with people from folks in the community, and you all were trying to engage. Did you get a sense, or did they share with you what the concerns were?
I believe the general I was not present in the Zoom. Miss Kathy Smith and Nathan Freeman are community outreach individuals who were at the Zoom. But essentially from what I've been told regarding that is the community was under the impression that there's illegal cannabis activity going on. So that entire time that they just thought he was illegal and shouldn't have been there, from what I understand. As far as any further, if allowed, Miss Kathy or Nathan, they can probably address that question better. They were physically present at that Zoom. They're on call.
Okay, well, I don't think they can address it at this particular moment in time. Is that correct? Adam, isn't it, or, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I have just one or two more questions. I'm just gonna be as direct and blunt as I can. Was there any illegal activity happening at this site? I mean, we've had smell, we've had crime, we've had concerns that we've heard around the different things, robberies, things that have happened near or at this facility. From your perspective, you being the
There was
attorney- Can I finish for a second?
Oh, sorry.
You being the attorney for the applicant, was there any illicit, illegal activity happening in, on, or near the business premises?
As far as cannabis delivery services are concerned, that's what I can attest to. I know the applicants are always compliant with the regulations and laws. Now, if around them someone did something illegal at one point, I'm not sure. There was one incident with the delivery license location back in 2022 where there was a robbery. Someone entered burglary. Someone, thank you. Someone entered into the building after hours to, I believe, burglarize, steal cannabis. The police was called. The owners went there. By the time they got there, people were gone. It was reported. The DCC per regulations. And then police didn't show up till 6 or 8 hours later, from what I'm understanding. It was 6 a.m. The call was made. I think the police showed up at 3 p.m. in the afternoon. And I believe when the Beverly Hills comment was regarding that, when he was, this is in Beverly Hills, in a sense where like Beverly Hills police response, I think is famously 3 minutes, 6 hours to show up. I guess that was the concern. That was the context of that comment.
Okay.
But as far as like, it's, I don't know if there's anything else going on. I'm sure, but as, the regarding the police, so we've, to clarify, the captain, Perry Griffith, the detective.
That wasn't
mentioned-
a question.
Oh, sorry.
Mhm.
It pertains to the criminal thing. We've done the report for crime
I'm sorry.
analysis.
I'm
There's
sorry.
nothing there.
I'm sorry. That wasn't a question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. But I do have one more question.
Of course.
Maybe you can answer this directly. We've had reports and concerns around smell. I mean, we've heard about the graffiti, we've heard about the upkeep of the place. With the legal side of your operations, did you all work with the community around any of the concerns that were raised around some of the things around the premises of kind of upkeep of on the legal side, as you're talking about on the delivery service side?
Sorry, I don't think I understand.
Regarding the upkeep of the premises.
Right, so some of the pictures are up front, I think on the sidewalk, on the like tires and all that. I don't know how much of that is realistically the responsibility of like a business owner in front of it. Sure, it'd be great if they cleaned it up, but I guess that's something, if the community has an issue with it, we can moving on, can definitely make sure that everything's cleaned up. But if there's trash on a sidewalk, it wasn't caused by the applicant. On the contrary, if this license is granted, they're going to renovate the place. The reason why it looks like that is because they haven't built it out yet. It's going to be nice and clean. They're going to put the cameras, the floodlights, 24-hour security, 2 security guards patrolling the place. If anything, it's going to get better as far as security is concerned. I guess that's already my thing. So because a retail storefront, meaning when it's a dispensary that is open to the public, they have to make it nice. It's part of the appeal.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Lim. We received from you today a 2-page summary. And the summary has a couple of questions I'd like to ask you about.
Sure.
Number one, you stated that somebody contacted LAPD Captain Perry Griffith.
Correct.
However, the police officer testified that he's at a totally different district, has nothing to do with this location. It seems misleading to us that someone that's not assigned that district is someone that you reach out to.
I'd like to address that if you'd like. So Ms. Kathy Smith, just like the officer mentioned, someone needs to have a personal relationship. She reached out to him specifically asking if he can generate that crime analysis, and you don't need to be specifically in that district to be able to provide that.
Okay.
So we've reached out to the detectives, and I've even emailed the council member's office who mentioned the police incident last time, requesting for them to clarify what is it that they've had. We weren't able to get any answers. So we reached out to the detective, we reached out to twice. So then Kathy, who has a personal relationship, reached out to Captain and said, is it possible for you to be able to give us this crime analysis? And he said, sure, why not? And then he provided it. And then he said, we need to go make a request to receive it. We haven't gotten it yet.
Okay. The second one that concerns me is that you reached out to James Ingram, who I guess is one of the person that's working for Council Miss Dawson. And it seems to imply that they're on board with you getting your cannabis license. However, we have a letter dated February 20th, 2025 from Councilwoman Ms. Dawson saying that she's against the issuance of the license to your
Council
applicant.
President Marquise Harris
I'm
Dawson
sorry.
is a he.
Mr.
He.
Harris Dawson.
Here, Miss Council President Harris Dawson is male.
Right.
That's who you're referring to.
Oh, the person signed the letter?
Yes. No, the person signing the letter is not from him. It's on his letterhead.
Right,
but yeah.
Marquis Harris Dawson. And her letterhead. I'm sorry.
His.
Got it. Okay. Adamantly against the issuance of the license, and that's signed by Fernando Rodriguez. So it seems somewhat misleading that it seems to imply from here that James Ingram was on board with issuing, you guys granting a license.
I apologize if it came off that way, but I just reread it. And all it says is that we've contacted him and that he's told us to keep in touch and keep him updated. And that's all it says. Now, if that's coming off as if they're on board, I mean, we never mentioned that or claimed it. So I'll apologize. I mean, it's definitely not our intention for it to come off as misleading. We're showing the commission the steps we've taken to do community outreach. We're definitely not claiming that they were on board in any way. We just spoke to them. They offered them to join the Zoom, just whatever it says in the paragraph. So.
Understood, but those two items, looking at it quickly, seems to show and that's why you submitted this to us, to show support for issuing
I can assure you that that was not our intent, nor did we submitted to show that they've supported us. If they did, we would get an actual statement of support of some kind. This is just showing it's actually right under our community outreach, I guess. It's just a step we've taken. That's all there is, all there's to it.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, we're going to close the applicant's
may I?
presentation temporarily and reopen licensing division for a question from Commissioner Melendez.
Yes, Jason, this is Commissioner Melendez for Jason. Can you verify that there was a dispensary license at 4369 Van Ness?
Delivery.
Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. There was a delivery license issued at 4367 Van Ness to the Leo Group LLC that was doing business as Green Lion. They had a state license that was issued in calendar year 2022. I can confirm from an earlier record that they at least had temporary approval from the Department of Cannabis Control in 2023, and they had renewed that license. Currently, their DCR license, which is the city's license, expired as of December 31st, 2024. And the Department of Cannabis Control license expired on February 8th, 2025. But at least through the end of calendar year 2024, the adjacent property 4367 Van Ness was licensed for the Type 9 non-storefront delivery activity.
This is President Mason. I have one other question, and this is something that has probably been covered in the past, but I can't get a grasp on it. Dispensaries and delivery services operated by two separate business entities are allowed to be within 700 feet of one another?
That is correct. There is only a distancing restriction
Between
between the
dispensaries.
Type 10 license, which is the retail storefront where customers are allowed to go. There is no distancing restriction between the Type 10 license type and any of the other license types. In fact, you could have multiple licensees for non-retail or the non-storefront delivery in the same building, as long as the business premises are separated by a wall.
Thank you. Any other questions for licensing before I close again? Okay, thank you. I'm back to the applicant. So I want to be sure I understood that one of the current partners of L&E was also involved in Leo,
Same
the Leo
social
group.
equity applicant.
The same social equity applicant. Okay, thank you.
So he applied, got the delivery license, and then participated in the lottery, won the lottery, and then chose to apply for the retail storefront one, so called dispensary, and then wound down the delivery operation.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions for the applicant? Okay, then we are on to deliberation. Thank you for being.
Actually, this is Commissioner Lim.
Yeah.
One, and this is not dealing directly with L&E Retail, but with Leo Group. Are they no longer interested in the delivery and they're just gonna suspend the delivery aspect of?
It already has been since July of last year, and all the licenses have not been renewed, just like Mr. Jason mentioned. Yes, there's no intention of deliveries. Continuing there. The delivery service, sorry, is your question regarding are they gonna deliver from the dispensary as
No,
well?
I was just wondering whether it's.
Leo Group's no more.
Yeah, that this Commissioner Lin, that's what I thought, but I just want to confirm that.
Your client has his hand up. He does not have the floor.
No,
You
I'm
do not
sorry,
have the
sir.
floor.
You may not
That's
speak.
warning number one. Okay. Thank you so much. You're in a difficult position. I appreciate you for being here. There are no closing comments. I'm
Okay.
fine. Thank you. Commissioners, we are on to deliberations.
The neighborhood council, in their presentation, this is Vice President Nash, by the way. They submitted a whole bunch of blocks of information up that I think they were trying to indicate supported the allegation that they were conducting illegal activity at this location. But my reading of that, it didn't even have a name, much less an address. The other commissioners see the same thing?
This Commissioner Lim, I was looking at those Yelp reviews and those items, and I'm assuming since it came from city council, the neighborhood council, that it came from that site. I was looking specifically at dates, and the earliest date that I saw was January, the last Yelp review or whatever was January 19, 2024. And he testified that they continued to do business under Leo Group until July of 2024.
This
So-
is President Mason. The last post was dated, about delivery was dated July 19th, 2024.
Oh, was it? Okay, I must have
Purposely
missed
took a
it.
note of
I
that.
was looking
Yeah.
for that,
Mhm.
but it seems that was under Leo Group because they also said they believe Leo Group and L&E are separate entities. And so I'm assuming all of those came from Leo Group. So I think that's where the confusion is. You're right. It didn't show the name L&E Retail. But based upon what he told us that they did have a license. So it's under Leo Group. And so considering the date when it stopped doing business, and obviously they're not going to know that who was licensed, was not licensed. But you're right, that's an assumption because I was also looking for the name too, to see it, and there was no name on it.
This Vice President, I didn't see it either.
Yeah,
so
I was looking for
I
that.
pretty much disregarded that because I couldn't tell who it was about.
No, the comments all reference delivery, so, but I understand where you're coming from.
And then, as compelling as what the police officer said about all the crime that's there, I mean, I can't show any direct causation, direct link between the suppose it's an illegal activity that's there, but there's no relationship and there is no lockout, there's no citation, there's no record to show that they were operating a retail illegal dispensary at that location. And then the garbage, we don't know who took out that garbage. We don't know what caused it. That's a huge jump to say that that's the applicant's garbage. There's no link to it. And the graffiti, they haven't opened up. They're waiting to get this done. I get it. They want to get the TI done. They don't want to do the TI until they get the license. Otherwise, they're gonna throw that money away. So it's just social equity, limited funds. He's saying that once he opens, he'll clean it up. Who knows? But I think there's a lot of circumstantial, but I don't think there's enough evidence to show that an illegal retail dispensary was operating at that location. And I think that's the finding. If we're going to deny it, that would be the finding that we would need to make. And that's why I was looking at asking the police officer whether, because he made some comment under public safety. So I did ask him whether under LAMC 104.046, there's enough evidence that this would create a public safety. But, you know, again, there wasn't that much evidence of that either. So based upon based upon the law that we have to deny it, it's compelling, but I don't think there's enough there to deny the license. But that's just my personal opinion.
Commissioner
Vice
Farmy.
President.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
This Vice President Nash. I do want to mention how much we appreciate the officer coming and taking the time and making the
Absolutely.
presentation. But I agree, the requirement as set forth in 104.04 A6 is that the issuance of a license would create a significant public safety problem as documented by a law enforcement agency. In my opinion, the officer told us a lot about crime in the area, but didn't say that it would be significantly increased or otherwise impact the crime by the issuance of this particular license.
And this Commissioner Lim, and that's why I did ask him point blank. Do you have any evidence of a public safety violation if the application was granted? And, we didn't get much on that. He talked about the general socioeconomic issues of cannabis. Because I was looking at the same section that you were, so I wanted to ask him point blank on that.
Commissioner Farmy, I'll be point blank. I think that there's been a lot of folks who have spoke out against this operator. I don't see a room full of people speaking in favor. We've had the council person, we've had the police, we have people in the community, we've had the neighborhood council. That matters, right? I think that when we talk about the legality of our roles here, I would agree with everything that has been said, but we cannot ignore what we're hearing today and what we've heard in the past. Right? Hold on, let me, if I may. Look, I asked the question specifically around the upkeep and the presence of the facility. Now, what we can say, I think, honestly, that it may not be, we don't know what kind of transpired around the graffiti and the garbage, but we've seen time and time again, several operators that have come before us that talked about their partnership with the community around taking out garbage, cleaning up graffiti, doing things in the community to show that there is a belonging and partnership and cohesiveness between the operator and the people in the community. We've heard that. Each and every one of us have heard that. I think that that's important, regardless of what the legal aspect of in terms of our roles. I feel strongly that that should be taken into consideration. The other piece of this for me is that I think that as we get into, kind of this deliberation and kind of get to a place of making a decision around the licensing piece, I was not, in all honesty, not satisfied with the questions that I asked. Maybe there were other folks who on their team that could have answered it, maybe as I can see, other folks that probably could have done that. Unfortunately, they were not in a position to do that. I get that and I understand that. I want to be clear and go on the record and say that. But at the end of the day, to me, the community have kind of made it very clear what their concerns are. I think that there's the police department have kind of spoken their piece. I agree that there wasn't any direct response to the crime question. I was hoping to have gotten some more out of that. And we've heard from the council's office. But I think that there's something to be said around some of these questions around the actual business of the Leo Group's delivery. That's what it was, the delivery side. With the no permit and the no temporary approval and going through the process. So look, at least for me speaking, I want to be, as clear as I can be regarding where I think things are at. The folks have, issued have stated their concerns. There's been some communication, at least some attempts around communications around being heard. It doesn't seem to be no reconciliation between the community and the business owner. That seems very clear to me. According to what we heard, regarding the attorney, Narek, it's, that they attempted to talk and the community stated, but there was no meeting of the minds. I just think that there's a lot of messiness going on here. I mean, it usually when folks come into this room, it's together. One way, they got it, either we want to approve it, they're not. To me, it's just making it very difficult to get to a place with everything that's being said to ignore what we're hearing and just kind of err on the side of, well, this is what we need to be looking at because this is what determines whether we grant it or not, right? I just honestly feel that we should take what we're hearing into consideration.
This Commissioner Lim, I'm totally in agreement. I've never seen so much community members outright for denial like this. I feel bad for the mother that has a young child that lives up above, and the potential for smoke. I get all of that. I understand it. And and you're right. The police officer coming here, first time ever, we had a police officer come here vehemently against the applicant and the community. I get that. And that's why, and by the way, the 2-page document that the applicant gave us, as I pointed out, when I first read it, oh, okay. And I read it really quickly. I didn't hone in on it, but to me, I see this as a misrepresentation that was given to us in regards to Captain Griffith and in regards to Council District 8. So yes, those are all items that I get, but at the same time, we have a list of items within which under 104.04 to deny an application. So, and we have to state why we're denying it, and we have to give a section as to why we're denying it. And I can't see any sections that we could fill that gap in, and we have to articulate a specific section. I wish we didn't have to, and I would love to say we're denying this because of the community and failure to reach out to the community.
This is President Mason. Question for City Attorney. Correct me if I'm wrong. I've heard in this space before that we are not limited to what's stated in the code in terms of a denial.
Can you clarify more about what you mean? A denial does have to be based on the reasons listed in the code.
Okay, that answers that.
Okay. But there are a number of reasons for denial listed in the code.
There are.
There are a number, and I'm doing my best to put us into one of those numbers. I even did a Google search under LAMC 1404 to look at the list, and I can't find any that we could fit into this list.
This is City Attorney Allison Toll. If I may, if the commissioners feel that they need additional fact gathering to make their decision, there are options here.
Well, okay, so here I come. This is President Mason. Every single time, the 2 times this applicant has come before us, there has been questions about transparency with respect to the information presented to this commission. There have been questions about integrity. There have been questions about how they engage with the community. That's been both times. What was especially apparent to me tonight is what Commissioner Lim touched on, and that is information that was represented to us in this handout regarding L&E retail at 4367, where Captain Perry is listed under the heading of the LAPD Southwest Division when he is not affiliated with that division in any way. And that's something that could have been easily clarified in writing on this handout. The other thing that we had to dig for was whether or not the current applicant was also involved in the dispensary, in the delivery enterprise. And it turns out that he was. But again, transparency would have been an admission without me having to ask. So the truth is, this applicant, as we have been told before, has been present on the premises for 5 years. His attorney said he wasn't aware of any community concerns, but not only did we hear about that at the last meeting, we sat here and watched him and a female from that community bicker in this space, and I had to have the meeting stopped. So I don't know if we're being given truth. I don't know if we're being given fact. And because I have doubt, I cannot say yes.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Farmy. I thank you, Madam President. I do believe that that's where I was trying to get to. I was trying to articulate that. And I think that kind of hearing my fellow commissioners regarding the technical aspect of what the issuing or not issuing of the license means, I'm not arguing that. I agree and I understand it. It just seems to me that during the meetings that we've had, there's been all of the uncertainty and no clarification or not forthcoming, whether that was intentional or not. I'm not judging that. I'm just saying that that has been the case, right? And that's what's making it difficult for me, kind of hearing the concerns, opportunity to clarify, ways to be able to kind of articulate the situation for what it is, to show at least some sort of reconciliation or ways to work with the community. This is a business that is it's coming into a community. It's coming into an established sort of grouping of folks who own, appreciate, live, love in that area. And from what I'm hearing, it is something that is disrupting that, right? And so I also heard, that this is not specifically, they're not specifically against cannabis per se, but it's about the operator, right? So I just think that, in my opinion, there's just a lot of, like my grandmother say, a lot of messiness happening right now that I just can't see through and figure out. And because of that, I just can't make that type of decision with that, all of that messiness.
This is President Mason. Before you go, Commissioner Lim, I'm looking at a note that I took, and it's from Slow Elveth. And he did say that his concern is that if they fail to meet civil and legal obligations, it will impact the quality of life in that community. And that, along with opposition from the council office and over 265 comments against, I have a hard time ignoring that. No, I do.
I'm, Commissioner Lim, I'm not trying to ignore that. I'm trying to
No,
find
I'm not
a
saying that you are.
widget. I'm
Yeah.
trying to find the area. So, Madam City Attorney, what's the difference between 104.04A, which is general denial reasons, and I apologize, to put you on the spot, but and 104.04B, business premise denial reasons?
Well, section B is referencing specifically the business premises. So A is general because it's more encompassing of a variety of reasons for denial. B is just honing in on the specifics of the business premises. Is there, yeah, sorry.
So do we look at the factors under 104.04A? And there's 11 factors there.
Mm-hmm.
Or, and we don't look at 104.04B.
You may consider B, but the assessment of the business premises and whether or not it complies with B is completed by the department prior to being presented to the commission.
Got it.
And so that's why you have not engaged with that section and why you engage with section A.
Understood. And if we can figure out which, I think we're all in agreement to deny, we just need to find out which section we're going to deny it under. Because if they appeal to the city council, they're going to, they're going to review our work and our decision. And so we need to articulate the reason, what section the denial is under. And that's what I'm trying to do, is find the section. Because I'm completely in agreement, but I'm looking at it and I can't see which one will be the best one.
Are you asking for my opinion on which one? would be
Yes.
the best one? We've bounced around quite a bit. I've heard the commissioners discuss concerns about misrepresentations. And so that, you are correct, Madam President, would be encompassed by 10404A3, which is that the applicant or licensee engaged in a material misrepresentation, false statement, or knowingly failed to disclose a material fact. As we discussed before, number 6 is a higher standard, so that the issuance of a license would create a significant public safety problem as documented by a law enforcement agency. It's not clear that we have met that threshold, number 6, particularly because this body has seen official communications from LAPD in the past expressing their opinions on a given location. We are there. Number 7 is that the applicant or licensee failed to adhere to the requirements of this article or the rules and regulations. So in addition to what we do discuss under the municipal code, the department publishes a separate set of rules and regulations regarding the management of these businesses and what is required. Allegations have been made that theoretically would violate those rules and regulations, but it is up to you to determine whether or not they have in fact violated the rules and regulations.
This Commissioner Lim, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Which rules and regulations do you think they violated based upon our discussion?
The allegations around trash, graffiti, and odor are encompassed in DCR rules and regulations 5A.
That's the graffiti that we talked about, garbage. Okay, understood.
Now, historically, what you've seen before this body is an inspection is conducted. The applicant is notified of their failure to comply. They're offered an opportunity to correct and engage with the department on those issues. So this is a new, we're in a new place here.
We are definitely in a new place here. Any further deliberations, commissioners?
Nope.
This is Vice President Nash. It appears that we are going to have a vote. And I just want to state on the record for all parties involved that I don't think either way the vote goes, there's going to be a clear victory or a clear defeat. The neighborhood will, if the application is granted, will be able to vote with their pocketbook as to whether or not they support this dispensary. And it appears that a lot of people won't. The applicant can reach out to the neighborhood and try to make peace and address the issues that are really driving the overwhelming information and outpouring against the application. So whatever happens, I hope both parties will keep that in mind.
This Commissioner Lim, and that's why we continued the hearing last time, hoping that there would be,
Some
well,
reconciliation.
an
Reconciliation,
outreach. They would work
exactly.
things out.
Yeah.
I think they were more against this time than last time. So
Yeah, this Commissioner Mills, I think I moved to get it continued so they would have some time to reconcile and have a chance to have more of a dialogue between both parties. The part that's interesting to me is that the license at 467 and the application for 469, you have the same social equity person that is applying. When I opened my business, I always tried to be try to make the neighborhood look better, which we're talking about tires and things in front of the building. I would have went out there and got rid of them immediately just for good faith, good service. And when you're just there and little things like that don't happen, that makes it hard for the community to embrace you and then it's not neighborly, It's my personal opinion. It's not neighborly.
All right, do we have a motion?
well, I think before we have a motion, I think we should try to figure out if we're going to decide to deny, which section we do it under, which is something we're required to do.
For the president, under section 104.4A3, the applicant or licensee procure the license by fraud or deceit, made a material misrepresentation, false statement. That one right there. And
That's
the rest of that says, or knowingly fail to disclose a material fact. It could be said that failing to disclose that the social equity applicant was also involved in the delivery service was a material fact that was not shared until prompted, but I'm not going to stand on that. It's just that there were some false statements made tonight and previously.
I believe he started out by saying there's two separate entities, L&E and Leo Group, which until we pushed it, it turned out to be the same person.
Here was the first gift. I asked Jason early on if he knew whether or not these two entities were connected. Jason's response was that they did not keep track of one to the other. That was the clue right then and there. When I asked you during the department's report, I said, do you know if this current entity or any of the applicants involved in this group were affiliated with the delivery service or any other? I didn't ask for the delivery service before you get me, with a prior cannabis business there. And your response was? Your response was that you didn't know, but the point was, the question was out there.
Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director, to clarify my statement earlier,
Mhm.
for the address where the application is pending,
Mhm.
DCR has no other records at that legal address. And we don't keep track of unlicensed businesses. So for the 6-9 address, there are no applications. So I have no records of whether or not there's overlapping ownership.
Mhm.
As part of the neighborhood council slide, they had a slide that had a picture of a DCC license number. Using that license number, I was able to do the reverse lookup.
I'm sorry. I know that a question was directed at you, Mr. Clean, but if we are reopening for the department,
We're
then we
not,
would.
we're not. I
Okay,
was
I'm
just
sorry.
making
That
a
is,
point
the question was
that-
100% directed at Mr.
Yeah,
Clean, so
yeah,
he
I'm
should,
sorry.
yeah.
No, the
I-
point I was trying to make is that I did display a curiosity as to whether or not there was ownership overlap. Period.
This is Commissioner Lim, I believe you are correct. We can do it under 104.04. 3, failure to disclose a material fact. In addition, subsection 7, it failed to adhere to the rules and regulations. That we have undisputed evidence of graffiti and garbage that's at the premises, and there's rules and regulations that you cannot have garbage and graffiti at the premises. We've seen numerous people cited for having graffiti. So that's would be something that's undisputed that we would have also. So I think if we do, so is it okay to have 2 reasons to deny the app? I'm assuming more is better, right?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
This is Commissioner Lim in regards to DCR record number 10, DCR core record number 320048. I make a motion to deny the staff report based upon LAMC section 104.04. 3, 104.047.
This is President Mason. I second. Mr. Beazle, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby.
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Vice President Nash.
Nay.
The motion passes.
Thank you. The time is 6:25 PM. This commission will be on recess until 7 o'clock. The time is 7:05 and we are resuming. I am going to take number 13 out of order.
President Mason, we do want to note that Commissioner Farnby has left the meeting.
So noted. Thank
Thank you.
you. So I'm taking item 13 out of order. That is DCR core record number 320088. The applicant is Mojave Fields to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 5546 West Pico Boulevard. Mr. Visa, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card or a raised hand in the
Thank
virtual
you.
meeting.
Then at this time, we'll hear from staff.
Good evening. This is Licensing Supervisor Corey Blake, and I represent item number 13 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 320088 is associated with Mojave Fields. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 5546 West Pico Boulevard, Los Angeles 90019 in the Wilshire Community Plan area within Council District 10. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 3, 2025. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0001527-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through January 6, 2026. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include code mandated language as part of the application process. DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about December 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to all the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on Friday, January 17, 2025, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission to adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you so much. Any questions for staff, commissioners? Hearing none, then Mr. Hodge, you may approach.
Thank you. I'm Arthur Hodge, the authorized agent. I'm pleased to be before you. Thank you, Mr. Blake, who's the analyst on the file, and for staff and Mr. Qween. This is in a nice part of Pico, coming back area, and it's a Cure Company branded store. Gerardo Corvedo, who is a social equity owner, was an operator in the city as a cultivator and a manufacturer under the Phase 2 program, and this is his first license under Phase 3. Thank you for the opportunity, and I would ask for any questions.
I have none. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Hodge? All right, hearing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are on to deliberations, if any. Hearing none, is there a motion?
This is Vice President Ash. Regarding item number 13, DCR core record number 320088 for the business located at 5546 West Pico Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated February 13, 2025.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez.
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. I'm also going to take item 14 out of order. This is DCR Core Record Number 320087. The applicant is Sylmar Retailer LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 13187 North San Fernando Road. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card or anyone in the virtual meeting.
Okay, at this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good evening. This is Licensing Supervisor Corey Blake. I represent item number 14 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 320087 is associated with Sylmar Retailer LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 13187 San Fernando Road, Sylmar 91342 in the Sylmar Community Plan Area within Council District 7. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of November 22, 2024. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-000-1500-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through October 11, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote into the profits, and include code-mandated language as part of the application process. DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about December 20, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line or the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on Friday, January 17, 2025. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. One oral comment provided by a representative of the business discussed being a social equity applicant and their benefit to the community. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, hearing none. We will have Mr. Herberger to the podium next.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mark Herberger. I'm the representative for Sylmar Retailer. Yeah, we're in the process of opening up. We did get the temporary approval, like staff said. Corey Blake, had a pleasure of working with him on a few different TAs so far. So yeah, we have 24-hour security. We do record for 90 days on our, CCTV. We have our own parking lot. We're just we are a social equity business, like you said, so we're just trying to integrate with the community as best that we can, and form a good relationship with the neighborhood for sure. Any questions?
Thank you. I do have a question. I'm just curious. What sort of outreach with the community have you all conducted?
Well, we're still in the opening phases of all this, so haven't really done anything yet. But like I said, we're committed to, going to the neighborhood council meetings, for example, which I do go to and I have presented at. So, yeah, we look forward to being a good member of the Sylmar community for sure.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? All righty. Thank you for hanging out this long.
No problem. Thank you.
Any deliberations? Is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to number 14, DCR core record number 320-087 for the business located at 13187 North San Fernando Road. I make a motion to adopt the staff report.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez.
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Okay, and I am also calling item 20 out of order. And not managed to lose my place. Item 20 is DCR core record number 310044. The applicant is 1485 West Sunset and Hope LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 1485 West Sunset Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card or a raised hand.
Okay, then at this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good evening. This is Licensing Supervisor Corey Blake. I will present item number 20 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310044 is associated with 1485 West Sunset and Hope LLC. This applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the community. One moment while I get the community plan area. Okay. Okay, resuming. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business located in the Silver Lake Echo Park Elysian Park Community Plan area in Council District 13. The applicant has not been issued temporary approval by DCR. The applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C 10-000-1075-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 14th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include code mandated language as part of the application process. DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that applicant met the minimum equity share requirement at that time. On or about December 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and the Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on January 17th, 2025. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input to the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive any oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's report for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff?
This Commissioner Lim, in regards to this area, this address 1485 West Sunset Boulevard. We received certain reports saying that there's 7 retail cannabis around that location. Can you tell us the density of the retail cannabis in that location?
Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. For this specific community plan area, the capacity is 9 licenses. Therefore, if 7 are issued, the community plan still has capacity for at least 2 more before the community plan area is considered unduly concentrated. There's not a pending application or license within 700 feet of this proposed location. And based on the amendment that the city council had adopted in December of 2024, we changed the definition of undue concentration. So previously it was tied to the issuance of a license, which allowed for more applications to be submitted. The city council and mayor have grandfathered in all pending applications within that community plan area. So all of the applications that are going to come before this body will not be subject to a finding of undue concentration unless we mention in our report.
Any other questions for staff? Thank you, Mr. Khalid. Okay, hearing none, we're moving on to the applicant's presentation. Mr. Garrido.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Makonnen Garrido. I'm the managing member for 1485 West Sunset and Hope LLC. I had initially prepared a statement, but this process has been quite the journey for me, so I just figured I'd have a conversation with you directly. I began this process in late 2017, and it was an idea. I had read about this ensuing opportunity that would be coming into the state of California, and I wanted to figure out how I could carve out a space for myself in this new industry. Sometime around the spring of 2018, I received a phone call from an old friend whom I had not spoken to in many years. And she told me that her sister had opened up a retail space in Canova Park, and they invited me to the opening. And at that moment, I figured this was a possibility for myself, and I was viscerally happy for her, as if it were me having my opening. And I was driving home that day, and I figured there was going to be a way to get into this industry. I just didn't know how I was going to do it. 2 weeks after that, my best friend called late at night, probably around 11 o'clock, and I was in bed. He said, "How much money did you make last year?" And I said, "Why are you calling me at 11 o'clock at night? I got to wake up for work in the morning." And he was like, "I just found out there's this program that the city is rolling out called social equity. They're going to facilitate an opportunity for people to apply for cannabis retail licenses." I got out of bed, I checked how much money I had made previous year. They said, "I think you need to make less than $46,000 a year." I had made like 45 and some change. A few months after that, he invited me to a meeting that was held by the individuals who started a group called Project Insight, which later became Fourth Movement. So I went to that meeting. They had seen hundreds of people who were interested in this opportunity. And out of those hundreds of people, I ended up being selected to work with them in partnership to pursue this opportunity. So by 2019, that fall, we had applied. I made it through the cut, and then there was an audit, and then COVID hit. We had planned to open the business in September of 2020. And you can imagine everything with COVID, the George Floyd situation that summer. It was very hard to attract more capital to invest in these projects. So we just stewarded the license. I stewarded the license as long as I could. By 2022, Fourth Movement closed their doors 2 weeks after my state provisional license cleared on June 14th, 2022. And so I spent that month of July, I ended up getting sued by the landlord because Fourth Movement had not paid rent. They were not charging us rent, but they wanted all of the back due rent, which came to the tune of like $2 million. And so I got on the phone with them and I said, listen, I don't have your 2 million, but I want to pursue this project. And if you're willing to work with me, maybe we can make something happen. They filed the lawsuit regardless. So it was my first time being sued. So after about 3 or 4 months, I called their attorney directly, which people typically don't do. And I said, listen, I don't have the money, but I want to pursue this project. So we spoke for about half an hour and he was like, look, if you can figure out how to find a partner or raise your own capital, like this will all sort of fall by the wayside. And so I spent the next few months, fielding inquiries for partnership. I negotiated with a potential partner for 3 months straight. We came to an agreement. 30 days later, they breached the contract and we had a spat over whether or not we'd be able to work together in the future. At that time, I had to fire my attorneys because they did not provide the advice that I thought that they would be providing to protect my interests. I hired a new attorney who's been fantastic, quite frankly, and we severed ties with that partner. I am back again on my own, raising capital, looking at potential partnerships. And I'm standing here before you tonight, all these years later. That's my story. So if you've got any questions, I'm willing to answer them. I would like for you to grant me this application so I can move forward. It's not been easy, it's been very hard, but it's been worth it. And I'm confident that I will be successful, not just getting the business open, but really building stakeholder value so that it lasts for a long time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That was a story. I have no questions for the applicant. Do any of you?
Just congratulations on sticking it out.
Yeah, fortitude.
Quite the journey, man. I've been there.
It
So
has. Yes.
good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, no other questions. Thank you for being
Cool.
here.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We are on to deliberations.
There's nothing really there. So
Yeah, it's not open yet.
I'm good.
Okay, is there a motion?
Commissioner Melendez for item number 20, DCR core record number 310044 for the business premises located at 1485 West Sunset Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendation as stated on their staff report dated February the 13th, 2025.
This is Commissioner Lim, I second that.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. We are back to the agenda order, which is item 12. DCR core record number 404585. The applicant is Qween Sherman Oaks LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 13711 Ventura Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card or a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll hear from department staff.
Good evening. This is Licensing Supervisor Corey Blake. I represent item number 12 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 404585 is associated with Qween Sherman Oaks LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 13711 Ventura Boulevard, Sherman Oaks 91423 in the Sherman Oaks, Studio City, Toluca Lake, Cahinga Pass, Community Plan Area within Council District 4. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 3, 2025. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0001528-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through January 7, 2026. The applicant is subject to requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the social equity program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SEIH must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote into the profits, and include code mandated language as part of the application process. These shall review the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determine that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about December 20, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on Friday, January 17, 2025. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Any questions for staff, commissioners? Hearing none, Ms. Treviso, is the applicant's representative on the line?
There is no raised hand, but I will make an announcement. If the applicant's representative is on the virtual meeting, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Again, *9 to raise your hand. There is no raised hand.
Okay, we are moving on to deliberations, if any.
Hasn't
This
had
is
the
Vice
license for
President.
very long.
Does anybody know why we continued this last time?
This is City Attorney Allison Toll. My understanding is that it had to do with continuing the items from January to the first meeting in February, and that the schedule was too full, and so some of those items had to get pushed to today. So you did not continue it, the staff did.
Thank you.
Sure.
It's a short, I mean, they've only been issued their licenses January the 3rd, 2025. So there's not that much to go on, but
No.
no one's complaining. I don't hear anybody, I don't see anything against it. No opposition.
As always, it would have been nice to have a representative present just in case we had any questions, but such is not the case. Any comments to my right? Okay, do we have a motion? gentlemen?
There's Commissioner Lim, in regards to item number 12, DCR core record number 404-585 for business located at 13711 Ventura Boulevard. I make a motion to adopt the staff report.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Treviso. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Okay. We are on item 15. DCR Core Record Number 320065. The applicant is JS Reserve to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located, at 1870 North Vermont Avenue. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, there is no raised hand in the virtual meeting or a speaker card.
Okay, then at this time, we'll hear from the department staff.
Good evening. This is Licensing Supervisor Corey Blake. I represent item number 15 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 320065 is associated with JS Reserve. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 1870 North Vermont Avenue, Los Angeles 90027 in the Hollywood Community Plan Area within Council District 4. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of April 25, 2022. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0001462-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 3rd, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SEIH must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include code mandated language as part of the application process. DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about December 20, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on Friday, January 17, 2025. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Blake? Hearing none. Mr. Vizo is the applicant's representative in the queue.
I will make an announcement. If the applicant's representative is in the virtual meeting, please dial *9 to raise your hand. There is no raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. Then we're deliberating. Gentlemen.
Well, they've had a temp since April 25 of 2022. I don't see anything, any opposition. I don't see anything against. That's pretty decent. I mean, it doesn't look like they've had any inspections, but I mean, it doesn't look bad to me.
I think there was, there's a last fee list, is Commissioner Lim. I think we did receive a letter from the LA Police Department. I may be wrong, but on the briefs, on the supplements, I think we received the typical letter objecting to it, and if not, setting forth certain restrictions. But let me check. Looking at the handout, I don't see it. Do you guys don't recall seeing?
No, I
Such a thin supplement?
This is City Attorney Allison Toll. I am looking at a letter dated February 5th regarding the applicant, which is a letter from the the Northeast Community Police Station Commanding Officer Jay Holm, indicating a list of proposed conditions, and it mimics the same type of letter that this body has seen from LAPD before. I believe this was in the regular submissions.
In the first submission.
In the first,
Okay,
yes, the
yeah.
first batch that you would have
Okay.
received.
Thank you. Yeah, okay, so it's the same letter that we've seen many times signed by Captain Jay Holm.
But it doesn't look like there's much, this Commissioner Melendez, doesn't look like there's much movement in terms of pros or cons.
No, I just want to point that out. It's there, but to me, it's I don't think it's a factor.
President Mason, I do have a copy of the letter that was provided to me by Mr.
Oh,
Qween, if
right.
you, a little bit
Looking at
bigger
the
than that
phone
one.
screen. Okay, yeah, we've seen it before. Thank you.
Yeah, it's the same letter.
Same letter, different applicant. Okay. I don't have any concerns at this time.
So in regards to number 15, DCR core record number 320-065 for the business located at 1870 North Vermont Avenue. I make a motion to adopt staff report.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Item 18. DCR core record number 310235 is Pineapple Express Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 1704 North Vine Street, Unit 101. Mr. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
There is a raised hand, but we did not receive a community impact statement from the neighborhood council. Would you like me to call on?
Okay, so here's the deal. The Los Angeles Neighborhood Council Coalition is an alliance. They are not a neighborhood council. So they are made up of neighborhood council board members, but they are not covered by the city charter or recognized as a neighborhood council. So if there's a comment from someone from Link, it should have been made during public comment. They have no speaking rights during the item itself.
Do we want to identify who the caller is?
Yes.
Caller with phone number ending in 2202. Please state your name and how you represent this item.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the commission. I'm on behalf of the applicant, so I was just raising my hand to let you guys know that I am still here, Vincent Sade for PNPLXPRES Inc.
Okay, we will call on you when the commission president calls on the applicant's rep.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll hear from department staff.
Good evening. This is Licensing Supervisor Corey Blake. Now represent item number 18 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310235 is associated with PNPLXPRES Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 1704 North Vine Street, Unit 101, Los Angeles 90028 in the Hollywood Community Plan Area and Council District 13. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date on November 22, 2024. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10000817-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through May 6, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with equity share requirements, SEIH must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote into the profits, and include code-mandated language as part of the application process. DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about December 20, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on Friday, January 17, 2025. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license or the reason in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And that concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. I do have a question for compliance and enforcement.
Good evening.
Hi. The commission did receive correspondence regarding a possible violation of LA Municipal Code Section 10606, restrictions on advertising cannabis and cannabis products and on-site signs. And the correspondence had a photograph of an A-frame out on the sidewalk along the Walk of Fame for this business. Did a complaint come through the portal or are they pending inspection by you all?
We actually, this is Rocky Wiles, Division Chief for Compliance and Enforcement Division. We actually conducted an inspection on January 31st. I'm not sure about that complaint. We have noticed sometimes some of those sandwich boards. When we do our inspection, okay, yeah, this was a recent email. The inspection was conducted on 131 and what we cited them for was graffiti, which they have corrected. I'm sorry. No. Wrong NTC. The use of the DBA, they had 5 deficiencies. And what this complaint is about was not one of them. And since it's not on here, I would, the day that they went out there, this was not part of the deficiencies that they noticed on 131. Currently, they have they've corrected 3 of the 5 deficiencies that we cited. them
My
for.
apologies. This is City Attorney Allison Toll. I do believe that commission staff received this specific communication today, which is
Okay, thank you.
yes,
Well, that's right. Today is the 20th.
yes.
Yes,
So
yes.
that's why you haven't seen it.
Well, as I mentioned on the 31st, they did not notice this. You're talking about, these are like the portable sandwich boards that they put on the sidewalk, yeah.
AKA A-frames.
Yeah.
I'm assuming this was taken today. The photograph itself is not date or time stamped.
Does Commissioner Lim, would that be considered a minor violation to have an A-frame sign outside of the retail store?
Signage is not within our jurisdiction and the public sidewalk. It would be considered, I mean, we would advise them to remove it. It's not one of our regulations, but it is a violation of the sign code.
But it's not about, this Commissioner Lim, it's not a violation of
Not,
rules and regulation under the cannabis.
no, it's
Okay.
it's a signage.
Okay, thank you.
violation.
Thank you.
This is Vice President Nash. In reviewing the staff report, it appears to state that there was no compliance inspection.
That is correct. So at the time that the agenda was noticed and the staff reports were prepared, there was not a compliance enforcement division inspection. And folks from the team were instructed not to bring new information and memos that were not timely submitted to the licensing team. So it's just a point in time issue where the staff report was completed and something happened after the fact. And folks are not supposed to be bringing those issues before the commission without having timely notified people on the licensing team for Michelle's instruction.
It's a timeline issue, commissioners. The CED memos that we forward to the licensing staff are due 2.5 weeks before the meeting. After that deadline, we continue to work. So there are times when the inspections actually happen after my deadline, our deadline for licensing. We've been,
This is Vice President Nash. Some issues are above and or below my pay grade. But in my opinion, it's very important to the commission that we know whether or not an inspection has taken place and the results of that inspection. And it's almost by chance that that occurred at this meeting. And it, in all likelihood, could have gone the other way and we would have never even known that there had been an inspection. So something needs to change so that that doesn't happen.
Jason Qween, Assistant Executive Director. If there's a major violation or a reason for the item to be continued, as we're allowed to do in a municipal code, and you've seen before, we will transmit a memo retracting the DCR report to allow for those issues to be corrected. But the intent is not to have the applicant's ability to go through the community meeting and public hearing process get disrupted because they happen to come up on a compliance list for an inspection. Especially after that has been noticed, and these issues have been noticed for months in advance, so it could be scheduled months in advance if necessary. This is an internal issue.
And yeah, this Commissioner Lim, it seems that especially when there's only 5 minor violations, as she pointed out, nothing major, so it seems, as pointed out, if there is a major violation, they'll let us know or they'll continue it until next hearing.
I tend to agree with Vice President Nash. Even we should be informed of an inspection subsequent to a staff report being issued.
This is Vice President Nash, point of clarification. Do we need to amend the report to reflect what occurred or not?
In what context? In regards
the
to a
report
motion?
Is inaccurate in that it says, I guess it was of that date though. So as of that date, it was accurate.
But it should be amended on the
No,
record
actually,
today.
that is inaccurate because it was signed on February 13, 2025. The inspection took place January 31, 2025. So you're correct. The report is inaccurate.
The report is accurate as of the time. The process is the Compliance Enforcement Division is supposed to complete their inspection and transmit a memo to licensing, and that was not timely submitted. So in the earlier reports, you'll see the deficiencies from that memo actually articulated in the staff report that comes before this body. That was not timely submitted to get into this report. And, you know, again, it's an order of operations thing that becomes disruptive in the internal policy is if there's a major violation or there are 10 or more other violations, we would recommend suspending it so that CED can complete their investigation and resolve the compliance things before it goes forward.
This is Vice President Ash again, and then in light of all these discussions, do we need to say anything about the inaccuracy as currently reflected in the report?
As part of your motion, you should amend the report orally to include the new information provided by CED. That would be my recommendation.
This Commissioner Lim, but isn't that going against the internal policy that if it doesn't get submitted 2.5 weeks before the item, then it shouldn't be on the report? If we amend it now, then we're going against that internal
But
policy.
she's not on the record now, so it is now public information.
The internal policy is not the jurisdiction of this body. The job of this body is to make a motion to approve or deny this license, and mechanically, if your motion to do either of those things should reflect the new information provided here at this meeting. However, it sounds like there needs to be further discussion about process related to staff reports and what is included and the timelines. And so I think that feedback has been received by the department staff. And so it's up to the department staff to ensure that this request is appropriately memorialized and complied with.
I do have a question. There was a complaint that, the proper notice, the notice of the neighborhood council was not given. What's the procedure that you follow to make sure the proper notice was given?
Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. The applicant did comply with the requirement to reach out to the neighborhood council. Separately, DCR sends a notice to the neighborhood council to let them know when the community meeting and public hearing are scheduled. And then we also have all of that information publicly available on the website. I did review emails from November between Brandy DeMoore and the actual applicant, you know, alleging that folks had not reached out, and the applicant immediately responded. The issue of the day back in November was the applicant was going through a court mandated ownership change, and whether or not the applicant was able to continue operating during that. So at least the person from the Community Alliance that transmitted this was well aware that this record was in the pipeline. They did have the authority to engage in commercial cannabis activity, and they were aware of when, you know, this public hearing was going to be held.
So your department sends out the notice to all the parties to make sure proper notice is given.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So City Attorney Allison Toll, I do just want to clarify that there's different requirements. So there is a requirement for the applicant to reach out to the neighborhood council as well as hosting of the meeting and community meeting information. And that those are separate requirements under the municipal code.
Right, I think it was the posting of the community council that they were making objection to? How do we confirm that was properly posted?
The code requires them to post it as soon as they receive it from the department. And as part of the notice to appear process, you know, they effectively state that they've met those posting requirements and they've offered to meet with the neighborhood council as required by the code.
If the neighborhood council said that we didn't see the posting, what does your department do? And they say that it was posted.
The analyst would just reach out to the business to say that a member of the public notified us that the poster wasn't posted. You know, please remember that it's a requirement to have it posted. You know, people can do all kinds of things and say all kinds of things. You know, our goal is to, one, make sure that people are aware of the community meeting, the public hearing, and that the applicants are aware of their responsibility to offer to appear and then to post the notice.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay. Is there an applicant's representative on the line?
Yes. Caller with phone number ending in 2202, please state your name and how you represent the applicant. You'll have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Hello, members of the commission. Vincent Zade for PNPLXPRES, Inc. I am an agent for them and also co-founder of the brand that launched this dispensary. I want to thank everybody at the commission for spending such long hours, tirelessly going through motion after motion, and especially item 10 today, which was, it's really nice to see that you guys take such care in addressing all the neighborhood's concerns about these applicants. I do believe that that's important, and wanted to go ahead and address this particular issue. We'll start from the Hollywood Neighborhood Council, and Brandy DeMoore is a representative with them. I just recently forwarded an email that was sent to Brandy to Jason Qween with the DCR. It's a picture of our notice that was posted, and we had been in constant communication with Ms. DeMoore about all phases of this. And we notified her the moment we received a hearing date, and also sent her a picture of us posting the notice. We were compliant at all times, and we really do respect this process. I wanted to make that point clear. Also, as far as any sandwich board is concerned, if that is in any way a violation of marketing or advertising, we will, of course, adhere to the requirements. We weren't aware that that was not allowed. Dispensaries do that all over the city, legal ones.
They do.
Without any issue, but we will happily address this immediately. And as far as the compliance inspection is concerned, the inspector themselves mentioned that we were one of the cleaner shops that he had visited, and that we really did pay close attention to detail. There was 5 minor items that were brought up, having to do with our layout of our premises diagram changing. One of the rooms was, instead of a VIP lounge, it was turned into an office to house our staff as we expanded and grew. And that needed to be referenced as office instead of VIP lounge. So we needed to basically submit a different premises diagram and a modification for that, along with our DBA, which is Pineapple Express Hollywood. And both of those items were submitted to DCR, and a modification is pending as well. So we did do all of the items necessary on the compliance memo after the inspection, and we look forward to being part of the gold standard of cannabis dispensaries in Los Angeles. And that is it. I'm available to answer any questions. I don't want to be long-winded. I know you guys have had a long day, so I'm available to answer any questions now.
Thank you. Thank you for calling in and hanging in there this entire time. And
bet.
we do appreciate the recognition to
course.
our dedication to this role that we sit in. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
This Commissioner Lim, no questions, but I commend you that you fixed all these items when the inspection took place on January 31, 2025.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Commissioner Melendez? All right, so we're going to move on to deliberations. Thank you again for hanging out on the line. If any, commissioners?
And aside from the sandwich sign, I think everything else looks good.
All right. They moved on their violations quickly. They were only minor, so that's a positive. All right, let's go for a motion.
This is Commissioner Melendez for item number 18, DCR core record number 310235 for the business premises located at 1704 North Vine Street, Unit 101. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated on their staff report dated February 13, 2025.
This is Vice President Nash. If I could make a friendly amendment to add that the report was amended orally here to reflect that there actually was a compliance inspection on January 31, 2025.
This is President Mason. I second the amendment to the motion. Mr. Rizzo, please call the roll on the amendment.
I'm sorry. This is City Attorney Allison Toll. Why don't we just start? Let's just do a new motion. Let's just clean it up.
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 18, DCR core record number 310235 for the business located at 1704 North Vine Street, Unit 101. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated February 13, 2025, and as orally modified at this meeting to reflect that there actually was a compliance inspection dated January 31, 2025.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you, Mr. Rizzo. Please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item 19, DCR core record number 310203 was continued from February 6, 2025. And the applicant is Palladium Alliance LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 5494.5 West Centinela Avenue. Mr. Rizzo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card or a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good evening. This is Licensing Supervisor Corey Blake. I represent item number 19 for Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310203 is associated with Palladium Alliance LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The license is located at 5494.5 West Centinela Avenue, Los Angeles 90045 in the Westchester, Playa del Rey Community Plan Area within Council District 11. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of October 12, 2021. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-000867-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through August 16, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the social equity program. To comply with equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include code mandated language as part of the application process. DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about December 20, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on Friday, January 17th, 2025. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendation included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Any questions for staff, commissioners? Okay, hearing none. Is the applicant's representative on the line?
We do not, well, now we have a raised hand. Caller with phone number ending in 7354, please state your name, and if you represent the applicant, you'll have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Narek Varganian, and I represent the applicant Palladium Alliance. I thank the DCR for their recommendation, and I would like to make myself available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? Okay, all I hear is the clock ticking back there, so we are going to move on to deliberation.
Well, they've had their temp since October 12th, 2021. I don't see anything in the portal or anything that we have in front of us that says that there's been any complaints. So pretty straightforward to me.
I agree. All right, is there a motion?
This Commissioner Lim, in regards to number 19, DCR core record number 310203 for the business located at 5494 and a half West Centinela Avenue. I make a motion to adopt staff report.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. The time is 8:13 p.m. and this meeting is now adjourned.